میکنیم این بار همه اعجاز میکنیم دریا گواه ماست که فرعون نماندنیست داریم سوی معرکه پرواز میکنیم داریم سوی معرکه پرواز میکنیم درست دم دلی درست دم تهمتنی نی تو شیر پیل افکنی نی تو شیر پیل افکنی بزن که نترس که دارد روبرویت ناو می آید که دارد سوی یک شیر گرسنه گاو می آید تو رستم تهمتنی
از حدود یک ساعت پیش هرمزگاری‌ها مانند دیشب صداهای انفجار شنیدند. پس از شنیدن صدای نخستین انفجار در شهر بندرعباس پیگیری موضوع در دستور کار من و سایر همکاران قرار گرفته. تجزیه و تحلیل شنیده ها آنچنان است که همینک خدمت شما عرض می‌کنم. در کشم صدای 8 انفجار در شهر بندرعباس شنیده شد، اما منشأ و علت آنها تا به این لحظه هنوز مشخص نیست، ولی اصابت 2 پرتابه به جزیره بوموسا، جنوبی‌ترین شهر ایران و عمقی‌ترین جزیره ایران در خلیج فارس مورد تایید و اصابت قرار گرفته. 2 پرتاب دیگر هم در شهرستان سیری که مورد تایید قرار گرفت. یکی از این پرتاب‌ها هم به بندر تجاری شهرستان سیری که اصابت کرده. همانند دیشب هم همین منطقه مورد اصابت پرتابه آمریکایی قرار گرفت. این رسانه در دگربار امشب هم به همان نقطه پیشین حمله بردند. در شهرستان جاز هم صدای 2 انفجار شنیده شد. جاز شرقی‌ترین شهرستان استان هرمزگان است. در شهر بندرعباس همینک من در بلوار اصلی شهر بندرعباس هستم. شهر بندرعباس شهر توریست و در نوار ساحلی و از همین رو این مهمترین بلوار شهر بندرعباس است. بلوار حضرت امام. تردد مردم همچنان است که ما انتظار داریم و ساکنان شهر می‌دانند که تردد در این ساعت‌ها تقریباً همین است. مردم شهر بندرعباس در جنگ تحمیلی اخیر به مقاومت مشغولند و این صداها در روند زندگی آنها اخلالی هم ایجاد نمی‌کند. همین آنچه که تا این لحظه دریافتیم رو با شما به اشتراک گذاشتم.
توکل اصلش یارد
از حدود یک ساعت
تو فوق هرچه آهنی بزن که خود حسینی با یزیدی صلح 1 ساعت نخواهد کرد کسی مانند ما با مثل بیعت نخواهد کرد شبیه 4 پا در باطلاق مرگ وامانده ببین بر روی نهضش سیلی ایران به جا مانده بزن که خوب میزنی بزن که خوب میزنی قریب شادی جهان رسیده تا به آسمان تو آن امید روشنی بزن که خوب میزنی
All right. Hello. Good evening. It's 6:23 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime. It's Wednesday, July 8th, 2026. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's 12:23 a.m. on Thursday, July 9th, 2026 in South Africa. It's 1:23 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel. And it's 1:53 a.m. in Tehran, Iran. All hell is broken loose. Mr. President lost in the World Cup. Then he was in a really bad mood at the NATO summit today. He was really upset about communism, and now he's bombed the ever-loving hell out of Iran. I mean, last night, it was kind of, an escalation in line with what we've seen during the ceasefire that's not a ceasefire. Tonight, it's bad. I don't know what the retaliation's going to be. I heard Israeli warplanes might have been involved in some of this. It's not over yet. I have a few videos, more than a few videos to show you. I have some updates. We've struck. I don't know what the World Cup is still going on. I guess the U.S. is out. Iran's out. Mr. President left the capital of Turkey today. He was not in a good mood. He helped out, President Zelensky and gave them a license to start producing Patriots. So that was cool. We only make like 650 of the ones that they need per year. They get to make them now. So Ukraine's having a great day. But, Mr. President gets up in the air. He can't go home on Air Force One because his new Air Force One, because the Iranians are going to shoot him down, apparently. So he gets up in the air, flies to the UK. As soon as he goes wheels up, he just starts, and of course, as soon as the stock market closes, and he bombs the hell out of them. Now, they're going to respond. The question is only whether they're going to hit Israel. Last time Iran responded, they hit, it was last night, actually, Bahrain, Kuwait, and then they didn't hit Jordan yesterday, but they did hit Jordan a week ago. So I don't know why they wouldn't hit Jordan tonight. So anyway, you're looking at Bushehr. I have a bunch of videos to show you. They get really bad. I don't know what the hell we did. We destroyed one of their marine control towers. It's gone. War Reporter Towel is back. You're gonna have to give me 10 minutes to get into War Reporter Towel mode. All right. I don't really know what to tell you. It all kind of started. I'm going to take you through how it all played out. I'm going to go back to about an hour and a half ago. It started right when the stock market closed, so about 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. I was getting used to just reading court motions. I was kind of, I forgot what it was like to have adrenaline coursing through one's body all the time. It was nice. I think I was finally starting to, calm down. No, this is not good. So anyway, let me take you through what's going on. I have a lot of videos. I have to get you back. So much has happened in the last hour and a half. It's taking me that much time to actually scroll back. All right, where did it start? Yes. So it started with Mr. President earlier in the day saying he was going to strike Iran. Okay? He kind of telegraphed it at the NATO summit. The first report I got was of an attack in Bandar Abbas at 3:44 p.m. Eastern. All right? Now, that could just be the quote, as Silent Dogs would say, missiles of peace. No, this was not missiles of peace. This was the mean missiles. The reports start flying in. It's just all across the system of Iran. Now, here was the first video that came in. This is at Imam Ali base in Iran's Chara Bahar city. And what you can see there's a big cloud of smoke above the building. So that was the first footage that came in. Now, what told me something was odd was, first, I got another image from Chabahar, which is one of the southeasterly cities in Iran. And then, you can't see it very well, but it's a big smoke cloud. Then, Vahid started posting. Okay, well, first, I saw this post from Mario in Lebanon. He's got pretty good sources. He hates the IRGC, and he hates Hezbollah, but he's got good sources. So, I saw this, and I was like, wait a minute. That's a giant explosion in the middle of a city. That's not ideal. That's not like targeting a radio tower. Alright, so then more pictures start coming in of this attack here, and then I see this video and I knew something was wrong, and it gets worse after this. So this is the footage that started coming in and out of Bushehr. Then Vahid started posting, and listen, when Vahid is posting, something has gone terribly, terribly wrong. So this is out of, I want to say it's Bandar Abbas. No, this is Chabahar, Iran, about 11:30 p.m. local time, so maybe about 90 minutes ago. I'm going to show you it on the full screen now. This is Chabahar, Iran, just minutes ago, maybe 90 minutes ago.
Chabahar 17 4405 تا 12 شب. صدای انفجار وحشتناک وسط شهر. این یه پایگاه سپاه به مرکز شهر نزدیک بیمارستان. چابهار 17/4405 سال 12 شهر. صدای انفجار وحشتناک وسط شهر. این یه پایگاه سپاه به
That was the initial footage that started coming in. Now I want to show you some of the moments of the attack. This was right after the attack, and then I actually have some footage of the attacks. No sound on this one. This is Chabahar, which is basically in Pakistan. Yeah, now's not a good time to be in Iran. I'm going to show you the footage of the actual strikes on Chabahar now.
چیست؟ بیا الان صداش میاد. صدا چقدر اسکله نیست. اون برو. چیست؟ بیا الان صداش میاد. صدا چقدر اسکله نیست. اون برو. چیست؟ بیا الان صداش میاد. صدا چقدر اسکله نیست.
Certainly gives a new meaning to the term rolling thunder review. Hello, Reflection. It's so good to see you. God bless you and welcome. Sorry if I missed you come in earlier. Things have been a little hectic. Getting back into war reporter towel mode. Alright, now taking you to Israel, where the Orthodox Jews are protesting against the draft into a big fight with the army soldiers. So, Iran hasn't even launched a missile at Israel. Things are already not good. I'm going to take you now to Bushehr. I showed you Chabahar. This is the port of Bushehr. It got lit up. I don't know what happened there. It looks like an IRGC base from what I understand. It's burning down. It got lit up. They got absolutely lit up. I think they expected this to be more, tet-a-tot attacks. No, Mr. President, if you read Mr. President, if you read his mood earlier at the NATO summit, he was mad. So, yeah, they lit him up. And about 200 targets, I'm told. About 200 targets. Pardon me for the burp. Now I'm going to show you 4 different pieces of footage. 1 or 2 of them we've already seen, but they're coming in fast tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I'll show you everything I can. This is that same footage.
اون برو چیست؟ بیا الان صداش میاد. صدا چقدر اسکله نیست.
Next. This is, I believe, Bushehr. That is quite an attack. Chabahar, Bushehr, and Sirkik Island. I believe about 8 cities were hit. It's still ongoing. Bahrain participated in tonight's strike. What? This might have been Israel, Bahrain, and the UAE in a joint attack. Oh, goodness. And we saw that footage as well. Now I'll show you.
صداش میاد.
I'll show you what else has been coming in tonight. Hold tight. I showed you that one. I showed you that one. Oh, yes, these are new. Here's more from Vahid. When Vahid starting, very bad things have happened. Vahid's like the barometer of how bad it is. If Vahid is posting on Twitter, something very bad has happened. In Iran. He has very good sources in Iran. So this is Bushehr, okay? This is Bushehr about 11:45 p.m. tonight, local time. This was about 90 minutes ago. I mean, we got him good. There's no doubt about that. This was this is almost like a surprise attack. We got him really bad. Worse than they got hit at any time since April 10th or 11th. Then we hit them across multiple cities. The question is just, what are they going to do in response? It's coming up on the witching hour. They're going to strike. It's just a question of where. This is from Vahid. This is Bushehr. This is on the southeast coast. And then I don't have any comment about whether the strikes have headed closer to the capital. Most of the cities that were hit were along the Persian Gulf, near the Strait of Hormuz. But if Ukraine and Israel took part in these strikes, listen, all bets are off. Here's more from Bushehr tonight. And then I'll show you a map of the targeted areas in a little bit. This is Bushehr. Russia has also just been hit by a Ukrainian strike. I will show you that footage in 1 second. This is Bushehr. This is in Iran tonight. My name is Grant Smith-Willis. We are waiting for the Iranian response, if it's a matter of when. But let me take you through all the footage of the U.S. attacks, and then let me show you the map of what has been hit so far. And then I'll show you the Iranian state TV report, and then we'll see what happens. Here's footage from Kalantari port in Chabahar in Iran. No volume. No volume on this clip. This is Chabahar. So you can actually see the port being struck. I'll let the footage play again on full screen with it has no volume. That's Chabahar. Hello, Shannon, my dear friend. God bless you. Hi, Tony. Hello, dear friends. It's so good to see you all. Even among these intense circumstances, it is always pleasant to see my dear fellow friends. We are awaiting the Iranian response. They have not attacked yet. They will. But they have not attacked yet. Okay, more footage coming in just now. America has struck at the Iran Shahar airport in southern Sistan and Baluchistan province. I'm going to show you that footage just now. Okay, the strikes are ongoing. I could actually see some people fleeing in that video that we're watching right there. Let me show you the newest footage that's just come in. Here's an initial list of the cities that were hit. British reporter, take it away. Would you be so kind, British reporter Tal? It's his first, assignment.
Conversation. Strikes reported so far in Iran, not limited. Shabahar, Ganarik, Abu Musa Island, Bushehr, including the IRGC barracks, Kormoj, Bushehr Province, Sarik, Jask, D Airport, Bushehr Province, Tusia Pier, Shabahar, Kalantari Pier, Shabahar, Marine Traffic Control Tower, Shabahar, Bushehr Missile Site.
Now the power plant was not hit. Hello, Standing Stones. Rigged outcome, my dear friends. My dear friend, how are you doing? You always remind me of the open plains. God bless you, Rigged outcome. So good to see you. Thank you so much for your support of Tao Chan. So those were the strikes as of, 5:07. So that's about an hour out of date. It's another round of strikes. Now I'm going to show you the Rasif Commercial Customs Tower in Shabahar that was destroyed. Okay, that building is destroyed. Okay, that's commercial marine, maritime navigation tower near the Strait of Hormuz for Iran, destroyed. Now I'm going to show you an Iranian report that came out about an hour ago via Fars news agency, translated to English. I did the captions myself. Alright, so this was the first on-the-ground report. This guy is their man in the Strait of Hormuz. It's like the guy, he sits on boats and waters and films the ships in the Strait of Hormuz for Fars news agency every day. Water under the fridge says, Towel Town Troll, God bless you, water under the fridge, you are a towel. Here we go, take it away.
از حدود 1 ساعت پیش هرمزگانی‌ها مانند دیشب صداهای انفجار شنیدند. پس از شنیدن صدای نخستین انفجار در شهر بندرعباس، پیگیری موضوع در دستور کار من و سایر همکاران قرار گرفته. تجزیه و تحلیل شنیده‌ها آنچنان است که همینک خدمت شما عرض می‌کنم. دست کم صدای 8 انفجار در شرق بندرعباس شنیده شد، اما منشأ و علت آنها تا به این لحظه هنوز مشخص نیست. ولی اصابت 2 پرتابه به جزیره بوموسا، جنوبی ترین شهر ایران و عمقی ترین جزیره ایران در خلیج فارس مورد تایید و اصابت قرار گرفته. 2 پرتابه دیگر هم در شهرستان سیریک مورد تایید قرار گرفت که یکی از این پرتابه ها هم به بندر تجاری شهرستان سیریک اصابت کرده. همانند دیشب هم همین منطقه مورد اصابت پرتابه آمریکایی قرار گرفت. این دزدان دریایی دگربار امشب هم به همان نقطه پیشین حمله بردند. در شهرستان جاسک هم صدای 2 انفجار شنیده شد. جاسک شرقی ترین شهرستان استان هرمزگان است. در شهر بندرعباس همینک من در بلوار اصلی شهر بندرعباس هستم. شهر بندرعباس شهر طولی است و در نوار ساحلی و از همین رو این مهمترین بلوار شهر بندرعباس است، بلوار حضرت امام. تردد مردم همچنان است که ما انتظار داریم و ساکنان شهر میدانند که تردد در این ساعتها تقریبا همین گونه است. مردم شهر بندرعباس در جنگ تحمیلی اخیر به مقاومت مشهورند و این صداها در روند زندگی آنها اخلالی هم ایجاد نمی کند. همه آنچه که تا این لحظه دریافتیم رو با شما به اشتراک گذاشتم.
Mr. President said 6 minutes ago, Mr. President said he must be on the airplane. Iran called him a little while ago. They want to make a deal. Oh no, we're back to this. No. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. We're back to this. Let's just say things and pretend stage. Oh no. Oh, I was not ready for this. It really ramped up right away. I mean, it was 0 to 100 real quick. Alright. Now, let me show you more from the Chabahar explosions, and then there were more rounds, so we have footage to get caught up on. Alright, here we go. Oh dear God. This is Chabahar. You're gonna want a sound warning. Gonna play that one more time. Okay, this is not like the past ceasefire strikes, I'll tell you that. This is Chabahar tonight.
صداش میاد بسم الله صدا میاد زد داره میزنه صداش میاد بسم الله صدا میاد زد داره میزنه
Wow, Mr. President posted a fake picture on his truth. He posted a picture of the strike on Tehran from back during the beginning of the war. He got baited by a fake picture. Oh, goodness. That's what it's come to. We hit him, I'll tell you, we hit him hard, but that picture Mr. President posted on his truth is not from tonight. Here's the tower that got completely destroyed. The geolocation is lat 25.31561, long 60.62452. We took out their maritime shipping control tower. This is unlike any strikes during the ceasefire. It's still ongoing. I don't even have damage adjustments for you completely because it's still ongoing. Here's more videos. Here's Chabahar, southeastern Iran. Okay, I have 4 videos from Chabahar coming in now. Yeah, the videos are altered to protect the sources because the Iranian regime does not appreciate those videos getting out. Alright, this is southeastern Iran, just in the last hour, maybe 90 minutes at most. More footage now. So this is southeastern Iran in the last 90 minutes. Here's more. Oh my God. I'm trying to tell people this is not like the strikes they've been doing. I monitor each day. Something's coming. I don't know what they're about to do, but they're going to be really mad. Knowing them, let's see, what time is it? It's almost 7, which would make 7 p.m. on the East Coast. So that would make it 1 a.m. in South Africa, 2 a.m. in Tel Aviv. It's coming up on 2 a.m. And that would be 2:30 a.m. So they're either going to do it at 7 p.m. Eastern or 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. That's the window. They like to fire their missiles for some reason between like 2 and 4 a.m. Israeli time. I don't really know why. I guess it's like when they have the highest hit rate. It's just that's if they're going to fire, it'll be at the top of the hour, at 7, at 8, or at 9. What you don't want to see is Hezbollah firing at the same time, because Hezbollah hasn't fired at Israel in like, oh God, I'd say like 7 or 8 days, 9 days now. So that's what I'm watching for right now. I don't know when it's going to start. It could be, if it's, here's the way to interpret how the events play out. I can give you the future. There are two potentials. If it's limited, if the Iranian response is limited to strikes on the UAE, Bahrain, and Kuwait, then this will off-ramp. If Iran strikes Israel, then it will not off-ramp. They could actually probably strike, Baghdad in Iraq. They could probably strike Jordan without it escalating. But if they strike Israel, if Israel partook in this attack tonight, and Iran strikes Israel, then there will not be an off-ramp. So there's going to be a response. There's no doubt. Don't even doubt it for a second. The question is, will they attack everyone but Israel who participated or enabled these strikes tonight, or will they attack Israel? That's what I'm watching for, and there's like a 2-hour window. They either attack or they don't. They're going to attack. The question is, they either strike Israel or they don't. That's what I'm monitoring, because that can represent a drastic escalation, which is not what I want to see. This came out of nowhere. It was almost like President Trump was in a bad mood, so he just bombed the ever-loving hell out of Iran. I'm sorry, that's not a war strategy. That's just bombing people because you're mad. They didn't do anything, really. They bombed like a ship in the Strait of Hormuz. Prayer in 2 hours in the Holy City, says Interpretal. So 8:52 p.m., but really, they could strike anytime. They just got hit really hard. And they got hit hard last night. 8 IRGC casualties from what I saw reported. But this is starting to be on another level. I'm only seeing the initial videos too. This is again from southeastern Iran. And then some more footage coming in now that I was getting while we're live. So give me 1 second. All right, we saw that one. Oh, hold on 1 second. It's updating. All right, here's some of the footage that's just been coming in. Let me actually take you quickly to a Russian ammo dump in Suryakino, Luhansk Oblast, following a Ukrainian drone strike. This is called a cook-off.
Ну, вообще по кайфу, да?
So the ammo dump was hit, and then all the ammunition in the Russian ammo dump is cooking off, and those are the secondary explosions. So those are Russian missiles. The Ukrainian drone, it happened about 20 minutes ago. It hit the Russian depot, and then the Russian depot had secondary explosions. Water under the fridge sends his love to Nightbot. I'm sure the Ukrainian people are starting to love Nightbot too. The Ukrainian people are pleased with this, by the way. Do you know how much money worth of missiles? If you can use one $50,000 drone to take out an ammo depot, you set off a substantial amount worth of missiles. Interceptors, whatever the hell Russia had in there, probably cruise missiles. Alright, now I'm going to take you to continued shelling on Bushehr within the last hour. So there were multiple rounds of strikes. I want you all to understand. Oh, a trophy cake. Justice for all. Oh, I got it. Sent a trophy cake. That was epic. You know what? In honor of that trophy cake, I'm starting a membership parade. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, here's your chance to get a free towel membership from the one and only Towel himself. I started a membership parade. Look at that. Here it comes. Let's do it. Oh, Dee Dee Thames, Ozark Ridge Runner, my dear friend, Jen 020, Jessica Nichols, and Day 40890. Hello, Nalatano. Oh, I'm so pleased that some of my wonderful towel friends and some new friends got towel memberships from the one and only Towel. Use your new towel emojis for good, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much to Justice for All for starting off that wonderful trend. God bless you all. Yes, Ozark Ridge Runner, you can post pegwood emojis now, goat emojis, sheep emojis. Hello, Moo Burgers, it's good to see you. Hi, Pamela Carey. Hello. Oh, listen, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so thrilled to see so many of you. I know it's tense times. I know we don't know what's about to happen, but at least we have each other and goat emojis. That's how I feel. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Here's more footage from the ongoing strikes on southeastern Iran in the last 60 minutes. Well, at least they're having a good time, I guess. Oh, Justice for All, thank you so much for becoming a Towel member. I'll play this on full screen. I mean, they're trying to keep things light in Iran. This is southeast Iran. The bombs are just falling, you know, they're kind of chuckling. It might be nervous laughter, but you know, war weariness, or you know, maybe they're having a cookout, but they don't seem too bothered. They probably should run. I can't really tell them what to do though, you know, but I'll play the video for you again. That was quite an interesting reaction to, you know, bombs falling, but now they seem a little more concerned. I'll let it play again. Yeah, that's pretty intense. This is very abnormal. I must say I don't exactly know what's going on. I can't imagine that it's just because Mr. President Trump had a bad day. But then again, you know what, ladies and gentlemen? I guess in this war, that at this point wouldn't surprise me. Here is a video from Cheongdak, Bushir. I've never heard of this city. Bushir Province. Oh yeah, we hit him. That's what Iranian radio sounds like, apparently. I've never listened to Iranian radio. So if you were driving in Iran tonight, that's what it looks like. It's kind of strange that we can get this footage in, like, you know, 10 minutes. You know, just driving on, it's like the guy's driving on 128, uploading the footage, you know. Yeah, that's a lot of explosions. That's at least 4 different hits in this city. So that's not something you're going to see every day. If you've ever wanted to know what it's like to drive on a highway in Iran as bombs are falling, there you go. I can't say I ever expected to be watching this footage. The new Supreme Leader lifted a lot of the restrictions on conveying information out to the public, so you actually do see a substantial amount of footage now, but it's still very surreal to actually look at it. Now I'm going to take you to the Iran Shahar Command headquarters, the Salman IRGC headquarters in Iran Shahar. Okay, apparently it was hit very hard. Let's take a listen. Click loud. Okay, just a very distant explosion in that one. Let's listen to the next one. Oh, way closer in that one, but no sound at all. Basically right behind, like, their garden gate. Let's take a look at this one. Yeah, that guy's a little nervous, for good reason. Yeah, I would say, I don't know what Iran's about to do. I can't tell you. If I could tell you, I would tell you. But whatever it's going to be, it's not going to be good. Let me take you back to that ammo dump off now. This is in Luna region. Ukraine continuing, now that it gets to build its Patriot interceptors, I think they're going to go on the offensive even more
Ну,
now.
вообще по кайфу, да?
They just destroyed an entire Russian ammo dump. It's kind of interesting to watch it cook off. This happened about 30 minutes ago. I saw a cook-off. It's called a cook-off. I saw this happen to Ukraine the other day. Now Ukraine has returned the favor, I'll tell you what. Oh, Mr. President said to President Zelensky today, President Zelensky, would you consider going to Moscow to meet President Putin? Zelensky doesn't miss a beat. Says back, you know, I hear there's a lot of Ukrainian drones there right now in Moscow, and it's pretty dangerous. Oh my word. Talk about how the tables have turned, ladies and gentlemen. People talk about the sort of American military prestige and what happened when it couldn't, and Israel's military prestige when they couldn't win when they couldn't win the war. Well, Russia has been trying to win in Ukraine for 5 years, and all that's happened is Ukraine has more money for drone production, more Middle Eastern drone production contracts, and now they're the only country in the world with the permission to make Patriot interceptors. So, how'd that work out for you? Once Putin bombed a monastery, Putin bombed a church like 3 weeks ago, and then immediately, according to new reporting, I think it was in the Wall Street Journal this morning, might have been the New York Times, I don't remember. It might have been Politico. It's been a busy day. One of them reported that immediately after Putin bombed a 1,000-year-old church, immediately the President Trump authorized the CIA to help Ukraine strike like very deep into Russian territory and hit their oil depots, and they've been doing it for like 2-3 weeks straight. I knew something was up too, because Ukraine started hitting Russia really hard, very deep into Russian territory, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500 kilometers into Russia. And I was like, wait a minute. They haven't been doing that before. CIA, Mr. President Trump. It was after Zelensky showed him a photo of Putin bombing the church. Mr. President Trump lost it. He's got something, like you bomb a church, he just loses it. Like, you can't bomb churches. He gets so mad. So, in any event, my name's Grants Vitelis. I finally got you caught up. Now we can monitor. Alright, that's how long I got you fully caught up from 3:45 to 4:45 Eastern until now. This is the hot zone. We are in the hot zone right now. From like 7 till 9. So I will keep you updated. I will show. There will be footage. There were 200 strikes across, I would guess, about 17 cities in Iran. Let me get you the map, actually. Here. I don't think this is actually accurate. I think this is a little outdated by like maybe 30 minutes. But this is a decent map. So here's the map of the strikes tonight. If you're just tuning in. We hit them. We hit them hard. They're going to hit. They're quite, oh, yeah, I guess that's getting better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 cities in Iran, at least 200 strikes across 2 waves. The waves could be ongoing. I imagine that Iran's about to go into shutdown mode because they just got lit up. Unlike anything that's happened during the ceasefire. I saw the primary source videos too, and I'm telling you, if there had been anything that had occurred like this during the ceasefire, we would have seen those videos. Now it's just a question of what's going to happen. And now apparently, Mr. President is saying that Iran wants a deal. Alright? So, take that for what you will. Oh, goodness, what's this? Hold on. Yeah, we watched this one already. I'm going to now continue monitoring. Yeah, something's coming. I'm just waiting for it. Waiting and watching. That was a very intense, like, hour and a half. I'm pretty sure in airport, the one we watched in Iran Hafsar, whatever that city is, Iran Hafsar, the one that my mouse is over, to the east of Bampur, I'm pretty sure the airport got hit there. I'm actually stunned. Well, and then the other thing going on in Iran, while we have a second to breathe, I don't think I'm going to get to any case documents tonight. I know a lot of you are interested in that. We'll do that in the lead up to the hearing. I think it's, what is it, Friday afternoon, or is it Monday? We'll have to keep an eye on how that all plays out. Let's take a look right now at the I think this is Iraq, where there's a funeral procession going on for the Ayatollah Khomeini's body, the leader who died, the supreme leader, he is in Iraq right now. I think this is a march in Iraq, like in honor of his funeral. Alright, now I'll show you this procession from, this is right now. This is as all this stuff is happening. So I don't know if Iran's gonna fire while this procession is happening. It's literally going on right now. So I'll show you part of this right now. That's the coffin of the Iranian supreme leader that you were looking at there. This is in Iraq. Hello, Anne. So good to see you. It has been quite an evening. I'm pretty sure that all of the targets are in southeastern Iran. However, there is a White House press briefing that just occurred with Mr. President. I'm going to get you the audio. It's audio only. It apparently just happened on Air Force One. All right, I got it for you, ladies and gentlemen. It just happened. It's audio only. This is from the White House. It literally just happened. All right, so we're going to have to listen audio only from the air.
It's a long walk to you. It's about 3 times the walk you used to take, right? I hope you like
This happened literally 15 minutes ago. I have no idea what he said.
So we had a very good day, very good 2 days, and a lot of things were determined. And what was really determined is the country's doing very well. We made a lot of good trade deals with Turkey, and they've been a very good partner. He's been great, by the way. President Erdogan's been great, and I hope you had a good time. Any questions?
Mr. President, what was the security concern that caused us to change planes? What was the security concern that caused us to change planes?
We sent this one in so that the Air Force Base here was in the same exact line. So you saw, did you see the picture?
We did.
Hundreds of pictures, hundreds of people. Let me see that. You can't see it too well, but there are hundreds of people out there. So they wanted to see, so they came a little bit early and we switched planes.
So you're saying there wasn't a security concern?
No.
And
Why
was
would
there
it?
any other issue? No issue?
No, except we sent it a little early. Same line, going back. We sent it a little bit early so that we could let them see it. The whole base came out at saw the plane, and then we landed.
Do you know why they had us close our window blinds? That was not usual.
So it
Well,
has-
yeah, because you're.
Breaking, per Iran's IRNA News, the deputy governor of Sistan and Balochistan province and the mayor of Iran Hasfar confirmed the attack on airport facilities in the city early this morning and announced the death of one firefighter during the incident. He stated, at 30 minutes past midnight, 4 loud explosions were heard throughout the city. After a thorough investigation, it was determined that projectiles hit the flight operations building and the airport's meteorological station, causing damage to these structures. The mayor of Iran Shahar, referring to the immediate response of emergency services, said, unfortunately, Khalid Qadri, a firefighter on duty at the fire station building, was killed in this incident. More as I know it. Back to Air Force One.
Probably on a dangerous flight because of the sleazebags that we have to deal with.
So you think that Iran was possibly thinking of trying
Well, I mean, if they asked you to close your windows, probably they feel that way. They didn't ask me to close mine, but if they did, I would have done it. You know, these are sick people, so I could see something like that. I didn't know they did that, but I could see something like that.
Were you aware of any credible threat by Iran against Air
Well,
Force
I have
One?
a threat all the time. I'm number 1 on their list before you. But if I go, you go, right?
But was there a
So
specific threat
perhaps,
today?
perhaps someday you want to change professions. What do you have, Daniel?
Is it conclusive that there are strikes ongoing in Iran? So
We just hit them very hard, and I'd say we hit them 20-1. Every time they hit us, we're going to hit them 20. And we did it last night. We did a little something today, but it was really retribution for last night. They hit actually 3 boats, not 2. And when they hit, we hit back much harder.
Are we returning to a full-scale military conflict, sir?
I don't know. I don't know. We'd win it very quickly. It's another way of doing it. We have many ways we can win, but we've already won militarily. They have very little. They have very little left, and they want to make a deal so badly. They called a little while ago. They want to make a deal so badly. I just don't know if they're worthy of making a deal. I don't know that they're going to honor the deal. That's the problem.
If they want to make a deal, why do you think they attacked commercial vessels?
Because it's sort of crazy, to be honest with you. It's sort of crazy. They're a little bit out of control, but they want to make a deal. Badly.
So
Have you spoken to Senator Mitch McConnell since his hospitalization?
No, I haven't.
How's
No.
he doing?
I have no idea. I have no idea how he's doing.
at the beginning of before the NATO summit, you spoke.
Who are you with?
Reuters. You had
not the best.
You had issues with. You said you had issues with leaders of Spain, UK.
Spain, I will say I did have issues with
Also
Spain,
Germany.
and I still do. But Spain came back all the way today. Spain was very generous today. You know, I told them I'm going to stop trading.
What did Spain do to them?
They made. They honored a request for lots of payment, and if they didn't, we wouldn't even talk to them. They were very bad. They behaved very badly, in my opinion. But there was great unity in that room today. The NATO room was pretty amazing, actually. There was something very good about it. I actually wish the press was able to stay. Now, they may have been different if the press was there, but there was tremendous unity and togetherness. It was quite nice.
Sir, are you going to pull more U.S. troops out of Europe? And if so, how many and where specifically?
I haven't made that final determination. A lot's going to depend on Greenland, and a lot. I mean, we'll make a very good deal on Greenland, and if we don't, maybe I will. And a lot's dependent on Iran. I mean, they want to help now. You know, it's a little late to the thing because essentially there's not that much fighting to be done. But some will depend on Iran. You know, when they had a chance, an opportunity to help, they chose not to. So, but we're sort of forgetting about that. And now they want to help. They all want to go in. They want to help on Iran so badly, but we don't really need help. It's little things, but we don't really need help.
Did President al-Shara make any commitments to you on helping with Hezbollah in Lebanon?
Yeah, he did.
What did
He's done a great job. He's unified Syria, the president. I'm not going to say what he said, but yeah, he did. He was great today. He was great, and President Zelensky was great too. We had a lot of good meetings today.
Sir, you suggest this isn't the only reason you came to this summit was because it was held in Turkey. Was this your last NATO summit?
No, I think they came a long way today. They made some concessions, and I think NATO came a long way today. And one of the things, we shouldn't be paying for the kind of money we're paying for. No president. I did in my first term, but Biden immediately gave it back. No president should be having to pay the kind of money we pay. And again, we're really there for protecting them, not for protecting us. It was ultimately protection against the Soviet Union, now Russia, but it was against the Soviet Union. And honestly, we're very far away. We have an ocean separating us. We'll see. The meeting today settled a lot of things. It was a very, very good meeting. And people understand that the United States we've been treated very unfairly.
Oh, he's going to make me watch the damn meeting. All right. I have to listen to this, though. This happened like 10 minutes ago. We got to get through this press.
And then on top of that, they weren't there for a really de-nuking, because it's really not a war so much, it's a de-nuking of Iran. De-nuclearization of Iran. So this is all about taking nuclear weapons, not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons, and everybody should like that, even you. You have a question?
Yeah, the housing bill becomes law on Friday night if you don't sign it. What do you plan to do?
About what?
The housing bill?
That's a very good question. See, I'm a big fan of many bills, but I'm a much bigger fan of the most important bill. It's called the Save America Act. It's voter ID, it's proof of citizenship, and it's no mail-in ballots, other than it would be very, easier than this, frankly, but military, illness, disability, vacations, you can't get there, you're away, business. But other than that, you should go and vote. And if you don't, people cheat. People cheat. You look at California, look at what happened to this Spencer Pratt thing. I mean, with the votes, hundreds of thousands, probably millions of votes gone. Well, he didn't make the runoff. He was so far ahead of third place, it was ridiculous. Maybe ahead of first place. But look at that. Look at what's happened.
Okay. All right. Oh, thank you so much. Hill Slayer. Oh, I forgot how to pronounce it. It's so good to see you. God bless you, my dear friend. I'm gonna need help phonetically pronouncing your username again. Okay. I just want to point out, do the reporters not pay attention? They have internet on the plane. There's a lot of bombs falling. And they're asking about the housing bill? This was 20 minutes ago.
Bill, had the U.S. Attorney not started an investigation, they would have gotten Steve Hilton out too. So we're a third world country in some states with respect to voting.
But Friday is the deadline for the housing. Friday is the deadline after which the housing bill will become law without your signature.
I'll make a decision. Not that I dislike it. I dislike the fact that people aren't voting for voter ID with a picture. How can you not vote for voter ID? And by the way, the public wants it 94%.
My sources tell me, although I'm translating from the Arabic, that there is another round of attacks starting right now on Iran. I cannot confirm this because it's 60 seconds ago and I'm translating from Arabic, but I believe, because this source is pretty good most of the time, I'd say 99.5%. They were the first on every attack tonight, so I'm going to give them some credibility. Yes, there's another round going right now. This is very concerning. Oh, thank you for those 2 joules. I need the energy tonight. When my dear friend Mimi gets here, it'll be the trifecta. This is going to be a night. No way they're doing another round. I'll wait till I imagine we're going to get confirmation in the next 5 minutes. Iran has not launched their counterattack. They will. They have a method to the madness. Watch it happen. I'll be here with you when it does. They're watching this right now. They're like, oh, Grant's getting a little tired. But they're also probably like, damn, they're still attacking us. They like to make a show of it when they attack. Let's put it that way.
No mail-in ballots.
other than with the exceptions.
On Venezuela, did you tell Machado not to go back to Venezuela the other week? And what's your relationship?
You mean, did I tell him a long time ago?
No, not Maria Corina Machado, the opposition figure. Did you tell her not to go back?
Oh, no.
We are not sending Judge Jolene to Venezuela. She stays in America. We need her. Nope, she's staying in America.
No, not at all. No, she's terrific. She's a wonderful person. Did she go back? I guess, right?
She didn't, and it was reported that...
She did or didn't?
She did not. It was reported...
I did not tell her to not go back. I think she's a good person. She gave me the Nobel Prize, right?
Judge Jolene follows me on Twitter now. I consider that a distinct and high personal honor. You know, yes, it was a big deal when Zena Kador and Ali Hashem followed me on X, okay? But Judge Jolene, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, that puts you in an entirely different category, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, we're not sending her to Venezuela, though.
So how can I dislike her? She gave me...
Some of you are not going to understand that. Don't worry about it. We'll just move right on.
She won the Nobel Prize. She said, the only one that should win it is Trump. I didn't know her at all. So she said Trump settled 8 wars, which is true. They were talking about it today. Azerbaijan. I mean, think of the wars they settled. 8. Wars that were going on for 30. Even if you look in the Congo versus Rwanda. I settled it. After 14 years and about 15 million people had their heads chopped off. I settled that one. I settled 8 wars. And when she won the Nobel Prize for Peace, she said, I can't believe I won it. The only one that should win it is Trump. Actually, they probably will do the wrong thing. It's very sad with Norway. But I would say I should have won that award more than anybody that ever received the Nobel Peace Prize. Because nobody settled wars. I settled 8 of them. Because of a certain type of personality, I was able to settle. Think of it, India and Pakistan. You know, because you covered it, that war was raging. They were a week into it, 11 planes were shot down, and that war was going to go nuclear. The Prime Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved from 30 to 50 million lives. Well, guess what? It could have been a lot more than that.
Democrats should be able to pick a replacement.
Story that hasn't gotten a lot of attention. Starting on July 1st, Medicare is now covering GLP-1 drugs for weight loss only.
Breaking, I'm translating from the Arabic, so I want to qualify this. There is ongoing bombing in Iran. I don't know where the city of Gorgan is. I should look that up. It's in Golestan province in northern Iran. I am reading. Let me actually pull up a map. I've never heard of the city of Gorgan, and I'd rather just bring it up on a map. Okay, this city is... No way. How the hell would they have bombed that? No way. This can't be right. This can't be right. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This can't be right. I'm going to bring the map up on the big screen for you. This can't possibly be right. Something is wrong. You know what I'm seeing reports of? This can't be right. There's no way they bombed. That's literally east. That's northeast of the capital. I'm going to bring you on the big map. I'm bringing the map on the big board. Alright. They... And this source is not wrong most of the time. They're actually pretty accurate, especially today. They're saying that someone just bombed this city. Do you see where this is? So that's the capital. This is where all the attacks were. Iran's big. It's 1.8 million square kilometers. Okay? Maybe bigger. This is where all the attacks were. See? Bandar Abbas. Here, 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 here. This is Minab, where the girls' school was hit in the early part of the war. Okay? There was one attack right here. The farthest inland was here. Okay, in the first round, Iran Shahar. Okay. The source, and I haven't seen videos, so until I see a video, I take everything with a grain of salt. They're saying that the city of Gorgan just got hit, which is very, very different than hitting down here. Like, to get to up here, first of all, I guess you could have come, like, down the Caspian Sea, I suppose. What is even over here? What is this? Is that Russia? I don't even know what country. Oh, it's Russia. Russia goes all the way down there. Wow. I guess I knew that. So Azerbaijan's down there. Turkmenistan. What the hell is this? Is that China? No, that's Kazakhstan. That's Uzbekistan. China's got to be over here. Yeah, China's over there. So I suppose, I've always wanted to go to Baku. I suppose you could have come, like, over, like, here. You could have come from Turkey over Armenia and Azerbaijan and then come across this Caspian Sea and hit it. If this is confirmed, that's a drastic escalation. Let me just tell you right now. I don't have any videos. Well, Marguerite, it's so good to see you. I wish I could tell you. I can't. I know for a fact, because I've seen the primary source videos, that America has just struck, I'd say about 200 targets from maybe like here in Bushehr, in the sort of northern part of the Persian Gulf, north of the Strait of Hormuz, all the way here, and then all the way here. Alright? All the way down to here, and then all the way through Iran Sharhar. Now that's somewhat normal. Not this strike. This was abnormal. But striking on the coast has been somewhat within the rules of engagement. What would be very abnormal, which I cannot confirm, is that there was just a strike here in a second wave. If I have more information, I will let you know. For now, we're going to go back to the press conference from like 20 minutes ago on Air Force One that President Trump was giving. Yes, I'm up late. I'm an adrenaline-fueled towel. I hope I'll be sleeping in tomorrow. The Cannabis Control Commission is very lucky. I'm going to miss the meeting. Good for you all. I'm sleeping in.
It's the first time it's ever happened. It happened under your leadership.
Yeah.
How big of a deal is that for people?
Well, because of favored nations, the drug prices have come down tremendously. And also, if you look at Trump RX, it's been unbelievable, the price cuts. But take a look at what we've done in terms of favored nations. We paid.
Breaking from a second source who I trust even more than the first source. Aga Gala, Golestan province, northern Iran has been hit. I repeat, Aga, A-G-H, Gala, G-H-A-L-A, in Golestan province, northern Iran. Now, I don't know where the hell Aga Gala is. I'll just be honest with you, which I do all the time. I know a lot of cities in Iran. Never heard of Aga Gala, so I'm going to have to look it up, and I'll tell you immediately on the big map where it is. But yeah, they're attacking in the north. It's actually spelled with a Q in the English. I'm translating from the Arabic. Oh, yeah. They did hit in the north. Oh, my word. So that city is right here. It's right here. Like, it's to the east of Gorgan. They struck in the north. Oh, this is going to get bad. Oh, this is going to get bad. And that second source is even better than the first source. Oh, let me show you it on the big map. I'm going to show you it on the big map. Look how effective I am. It's right here. So they hit here and then here. Right here. Oh, excuse me. It's actually here. It's to the north of Gorgan. It's this city right here. So they hit here and then they hit here. Okay, they came in across the Caspian. They're going to hit the capital, clearly. They're almost saying, like, go ahead, Iran, launch an attack. We're going to hit you harder. What, are they going to start coming in from? Who are they using to send this attack? Well, Turkey did just get their F-35s. I wonder if the price was we get to use their territory to attack Iran. Because, I mean, I don't even know if we've struck up here before. We struck here, definitely. Karj and Tehran, the capital. But up here, man, I mean, what do you need to strike up here for? What are you worried about them doing on the Caspian Sea? I don't really understand. Oh, that's right. Okay, so, from what I understand, oh, damn it, I should have known this. So there's a new overland railroad that Iran built to ship out its oil to China. And from what I understand, it went through, I think it like goes through northern Afghanistan. It might actually go through Tajikistan, and then it goes through Turkmenistan, and then I think the terminus of it, which was the original name of the city of Atlanta, by the way, because it's where all the railroads ended, it's right around there. I'm pretty sure this is what they use. Oh, that's devastating. If we actually struck that, that's a drastic escalation in the war. That's what they use to ship their oil. It just got built. So the railroad existed from China through Tajikistan and like Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan. I think they avoided Afghanistan, if I recall. It kind of goes like this. And what they did was they just built an extension through into here. It's in the north, I'm pretty sure, of Iran. It's somewhere around here. I can't guarantee it goes to here, but they probably are doing a lot of trade through this corridor. So hitting here, first of all, these are the these are the two cities they hit. I cannot pronounce them. That one, and well, I can pronounce Gorgan, but I cannot pronounce Aqala. Okay, Aquala. They're not on the port. They're not on the water. They're inland by probably half a mile to a mile, 1 kilometer to 3 kilometers or so. So what are you striking there? Overland transportation of oil, if it's confirmed. So I'm on a very high alert. That is a very abnormal place to strike. When you spend the first wave and it's striking down here regarding the Strait of Hormuz, and then out of nowhere there are reports that you're striking up here, no, something's not right. Fog of war or otherwise. This is either like a massive like surprise attack, or they're attacking Iran's attempts to get around the oil sanctions, which China is enabling, to be fair.
The highest drug price in the entire...
Yeah, I think it's a railroad, DD Thames. But you must understand, once we start striking their railroads and their power plants and all this stuff, and their airports, dude, I'm sorry to say the word dude, because I know that a lot of serious people and governments are probably at least listening in, at least some of them. They're not going to just passively say, well, thank you. That's their red line. Their red line is always critical infrastructure, including bridges, railroads, power plants, nuclear power plants. You can hit some things in response to them hitting some things, and they'll kind of... It's kind of like what Hezbollah does with Israel. People got so confused when I talked about the rules of engagement. Well, if you cover South Lebanon, what you know is that there are unspoken rules and then there are written agreements. And unspoken rules oftentimes revolve around symmetrical warfare. What you don't want to see, and I'm not using asymmetric warfare in its conventional military sense here, what you don't want to see is someone break the unwritten rules of engagement, because then it's war. You can always ramp down when you're operating within those rules of engagement. I learned that term from Zeneca Dor. You can always ramp down as long as you don't go outside the unwritten rules. As soon as you break the unwritten rules, it's like breaking a social custom compared to breaking a law. Breaking a law is a big deal. Breaking a social custom is almost even worse. I was listening to a great book on that today by Will Durant about the origin of civilization. Tell girlfriend and I, sometimes we just listen to audiobooks together. It's adorable. Anyway, you just don't break the unwritten rules. And if they did attack in the north, first of all, Iran was already going to strike back. I'm waiting for them to strike back. I know they're going to strike back. I'm sitting here, I'm watching it, I can feel it in my towel bones. All right? The question now is, if we actually attacked in the north, first of all, that could be Israel. Second of all, that would lead Iran to just lose it. So I need to confirm it. One source, I would say, well, maybe they just heard I don't know, a warehouse exploding or whatever. But two sources reporting multiple explosions in the north. I'm on alert now. Hashtag I'm a towel. Hi, clumsy clairvoyance. It's so good to see you. Hi, 1-0 State fan. You're a super towel.
The world, and now we pay the lowest drug price in the entire world. And that means 400%, 500%, 600% difference. Think of it. The press doesn't want to write about it. And to get that, I had to get the drug company.
1-0 State fan, if you can send the link in the chat, please do. I'll bring it up on the screen. I'm hearing that a railway bridge was struck in the north of Iran. This means war. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is 7:34 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime. It is, what is it, Wednesday, July 8th, 2026. It's 1:34 a.m. in South Africa. That would be Thursday, July 9th, 2026. It's 2:34 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel. It's 3:04 a.m., the witching hour, in Tehran, Iran. And I'm telling you right now, if there is a railway bridge that just got struck to the northeast of Tehran, this means war. That was that railroad they just built to ship their oil overland to the Chinese. This means war. I can't believe it. F me, man. First of all, I can't believe I knew about that bridge. Second of all, I can't believe I called it without seeing a picture of what they hit. I just knew, because I really do monitor everything. Tried to tell people. But my point is, I knew instinctively what they did, and I'm telling you, the implications of this are very bad. Very bad. That bridge took a very long time. It's not a railway bridge. It's an extension of an overland railway that already exists so that Iran can get oil to China around the sanctions. Oh, dude, they're going to lose it. Dude, you hit those railroad tracks, they are going to lose it. That was their big thing. Listen, they were building this whole parallel economic structure with China and then with some of the other Middle Eastern countries behind the backs of the U.S. And that was the key. You must understand. That railroad, if they actually hit that extension to that railroad, that is the most important part of Iran's economic rebuilding plan. Not just that, but that's a very big component of it. Think about it. You don't have to ship oil if you can just put it on a train to China. Think about who paid for that railway. Think about who's on a call right now. If that actually got hit, and I believe 1-0 State Fan and my sources, if that got hit, just watch. We're going to sit here and just watch this play. I can't believe we've done this. We could have done almost anything else, and I would have been like, well, Mr. President Trump had a bad day. He was just a little mad. Oh no. This is like the worst thing we could have done. This is one of the worst things we could have done. They're going to absolutely lose their minds. Yeah, and the thing is, you got to remember what Iran's thinking about, okay? Iran's thinking about who is buying goods from them. That's their domestic GDP. Like how much they export is their GDP. They don't really have a very strong domestic economy, although I do monitor the Iranian stock market. It's very interesting. I don't speak Persian, so I have no idea. It's either green squares that are bigger than other green squares, or it's red squares that are bigger than other red squares. But I kind of understand what's going on. I don't know what any of the companies are. I don't invest in anything because I'm a journalist. And journalists don't have stocks. You can't invest. You can't. Maybe you could have a 401k that has like a blind holding in a mutual fund or something. I don't know. But I have no stocks. I don't believe in stocks. I don't think journalists should own stocks. But anyway, my point is, where was I going with that? Do I have to play my own video back? Sometimes I like to do that because I forget what I'm saying. What was I saying there? Stocks? Oh, right. Okay, I was looking at the Iranian stock market in Persian, as one is wont to do. But the point is, listen, I know what I'm talking about right now for various reasons. About that railroad in that specific part of Iran. It's not just like a railroad, okay? You must listen to me. It's not like you're going to get on the train to go from Bath to London, okay? And with a stop in Reading. No, it's not that kind of railroad. It's not the commuter rail. It's not the Red Line. It's a special kind of railroad. It's a railroad that only does one thing. The hedgehog knows one big thing. Well, this railroad knows one big thing. And that's how to ship oil in violation of U.S. sanctions to China. Now, this is the one and only overland export route for Iran right now. It just got completed. Why do you think it got built? To evade the American blockade of Iranian ports. Because remember, Iran's blockading the strait. America is blockading Iranian ports to stop them from shipping oil. Who's one of Iran's biggest customers for oil? China. All right. What was Mr. President? Oh, we got to watch this clip now. Mr. President today said, I can't believe he said this. I both gasped and laughed at the same time. He said, once you go communist, you don't go back. At a NATO summit with the head of NATO. I was like, he did not just say that. Oh my God. But the point is, you can tell what he was hinting at now. He goes on this soliloquy about the commies. Well, dude, he got briefed on that specific railway, and then he told him to strike it. I can't believe he hit the effing railway. Out of everything in the... Iran is a really, really big country. Out of everything in the world they could have hit. Listen, I promise you I would not be saying this if it were not very important. Why did we pick that? That is the worst if this is confirmed, that is the worst thing they could have possibly done. Yes, Nature Alley, it's so good to see you, my friend. We are going to listen to Mr. President Trump after this press conference. We'll listen to his communist speech. He said, once you go communist, you never go back. Okay, so, yeah, that was a little overwhelming for Little Towel. All right, it was a little lewd, I agree. All right, back to the Air Force One press conference. I can't believe we bombed this fucking railway. You don't understand. I don't like war. I have an obligation to tell you about things, but it's a lot. It's stress. It's intense. People die. The goats get threatened. Troops are threatened. I get mad. Okay? We would have had an intense night, but we could have gone back from the brink. I promise you. I don't know. Barring some extraordinary intervention by the Chinese or Pakistan or God knows who at this point, I don't know if we can scale down from this. I just don't. For a number of reasons. That it's not a regular railroad. It is a very important railroad. And if we hit that damn railroad, what happens next is anyone's guess. I can't understate. It's not as important as like their nuclear power plants, but on a scale of 1 to 10, it's like a 9.8 value target. There is barring killing the new supreme leader, it's like the most severe thing you could possibly do. Economically. I can't believe it. I almost refuse to believe it. They're going to be pissed. They're going to be really, really mad. Rightfully so. This was completely unnecessary. Why would you bomb that railroad? You could bomb other things. Just pick something. Why do you have to bomb that railroad? It's like I just have to put this press conference on, or I'm going to start getting mad.
Companies to do it, and they were good, but they were good because they knew that I couldn't get the countries to do it. You had to get both. And I called the countries. I said, if you don't do it, I'm going to put a very big tariff on you. That's more money. And every country agreed.
Love, Moses. Listen to me. I don't know if you're not familiar with the rules of the Honorable Towel House of Commons, so I'm going to repeat them for you, okay? No slurs, no being discriminatory, no being derogatory, no personalities. Show compassion, no sea lioning, no trolling. Also, Lynn is chat bomb and we love penguins and goats, free the goats. Alright, if you have objections to any of those standing orders, I will name the honorable member. Alright? And I don't want to see any personalities. Unless you're talking about someone who doesn't like goats, in which case I may let it slide.
So we went from the highest drug prices in the world, like in New York, a pill would cost $130, and in London it costs $10. So now it costs $20 and $20. Because the world is a bigger place, so it's not really split 50-50. So we got it down, and it's a great question because that should have a huge impact on healthcare because prescription drugs is a big price. But prescription drugs have come down 400 to 500 to 600% under Trump.
And that alone should win us the midterms. And the Democrats will terminate it.
Oh,
Somebody
fuck.
else.
I'm sorry for cuss. I'm holding my... Listen, we hit the railway bridge. 1-0 State fan, as always. Nailed it. We hit the... Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. No, I'm not going to yell. This is almost as bad as the time I read about the prostitutes in John O'Keefe's messages to Brian Higgins. Don't ask too many questions. Don't get me started. I don't have time for that right now. Are you... I'm gonna get really mad. I'm gonna get really mad. We did not hit that new railway bridge. I'm gonna get so mad. They're gonna be pissed. Oh my God. They are gonna bomb the ever-loving hell out of whatever they can. Listen to me. Listen. They probably had like levels of responses planned. That's what they do. They have what's called decentralized command and control. Okay? They will go to total war in a freaking heartbeat. Especially if you do something like this. We hit the damn railway bridge. I'm so mad. Do you understand? I called this before I even knew what happened. Within 60 seconds of hearing those two cities, I said they hit the fucking railway bridge, didn't they? You don't understand how important this railway bridge is. Oh, these morons. Here you go. I can do about it. Things are going to get a little bumpy. Yeah. So, Iran's ports are burning down. I'm going to show you some footage. So, I'm going to play this again. We've hit the railway bridge. In the north. Do you understand? This is north of Tehran. You must understand, as a war reporter, I'm deeply concerned. War Reporter Towel has his Red Alert hat on. He is a War Reporter Towel. I can't believe we hit this railway bridge. I actually cussed. My friend Professor is going to be so mad. I'm just incredulous. It's not... You could have struck there. I would have been 6, 7 out of 10 concerned because it's in the north. We hit that bridge. It's not just any bridge. It's the new railway that China built so Iran could ship them oil. Hello, Michigama. Yes, we're going to have some turbulence tonight. Alright, there's going to be a little turbulence on AirTowel, but we'll be fine. Things normally peak about 8:30. The intensity normally peaks about 8:30. So expect a little turbulence on AirTowel, but your captain is keeping you steady, alright? We'll do our breathing exercises. We'll talk about the goats. Hello, Chandler. It's so good to see you. Ooh, beef lasagna does sound excellent. Alright, we need to go back to that press conference. Then I need to show you President Trump's comments from earlier about communism.
As I go up
Pause. I actually need to show you the Iranian ports that are burning down right now. Give me 1 second, please. I'm reloading for me. Oh, no. There it is. Hold on 1 second. That's too loud. This is from Reuters. That's not good. This is Reuters. We hit him hard. I don't think those are our IRGC boats. I think we just blew up all those boats. I'm pretty sure those are not military boats. I think we just blew up their boats. Oh, who doesn't like goats? I demand a referendum on anyone who doesn't like goats. Alright, so that was the latest footage from Iran. Now I'm going to show you I'm going to finish this press conference, then we're going to watch the comments about communism, which were a hint.
Democrats. Democrat. You know what a Democrat?
Speaking of Democrats, I think that the Democrats should be able to pick a replacement for Graham Plattner. He's had all these new allegations that have come out. Now Democrats are talking about picking a replacement for him. Should they be able to do that?
They're picking what?
A replacement for Graham Plattner if he steps out of the race.
So he won the primary.
And now there's these new allegations.
It's very hard for them to do. And really a question of whether or not you believe the woman. A lot of people say big falsehoods. It's he's in a bind. He's in a bind. But should they be able to?
Sorry, I have to break in. I can now show you footage from on the railway bridge. Ladies and gentlemen, we took out the railway bridge. The railway bridge is no longer functional. Oh, look how precise the US is. We hit the track. Oh, dude, you don't want to mess with the US. We literally hit the track itself. We took out just enough of the track for a train to not be able to go by. Look how new it is, too. I told you it was a new railroad. Oh, my word. I can't believe what I'm looking at right now. I just can't. We hit a very important railway bridge in the north of Iran. I'm now also going to show you the latest footage that has just come in from Shohadak's aerospace facility. We have just destroyed their aerospace facility in Shohadak. This came in at 1 a.m. Iran time, so within the last 90 minutes. Okay, so this was a second wave of strikes. We have destroyed Iran's Shohadak's aerospace facility. That's a city, Shohadak, and this is what we've done. We've blown up their entire aerospace facility. That does not seem good. I'll let the video play again full screen.
که دوباره زدن الان داره تو آتیش میسوزه وحشتناک دودش و هیچ دیگه من دارم مثل همیشه هر اتفاقی میفته از کنارش عبور میکنم چقدر و جون داره میسوزه سوزه ها چطور داره آتیش وحشتناک مثل که تازه الان زدن
Wow. We're in a very serious moment right now, my friends. I didn't think it was going to get this bad this quick. It got so bad so quickly. We took out their entire aerospace facility in that city. And then we blew up their new train bridge with China. In the southern city of Iran, they've put up a poster threatening to take the life of the American president. Oh, this is just not good. Okay, now I have footage of the airport bombing in Iranshahr. Let me take a listen. Hold on. No, I can't see the actual bombing. It's just smoke rising. Oh, I can't believe we've done what. So what are they going to do? This is the witching hour. Are they going to do it at 8 o'clock? They're either going to do it at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern or, hold on, Interpretal, when are prayers in Jerusalem? Sometime between 8 and 9 p.m. Eastern. They're either going to do it when the Palestinians are praying with the call to prayer at Al-Aqsa Mosque. That's their calling card. The Iranians, if Israel participated in this attack tonight, and Iran strikes Israel, Iran will launch when the Palestinians are praying to the Al-Aqsa Mosque in the Holy City. That's their calling card. They're very big. So first of all, they don't just talk about religion, the Iranians. They, like the leadership, the IRGC, they really believe in the power of prayer. And they really, like when they launch the missile from Iran, they pray before they push the button to launch it. There's no button. It's probably a computer command. We're going to call it a button. for our purposes. Then what they want, and this is very real, they want that missile arriving at its target with people praying to the missile as it's arriving. That's very important to them. So now we're not analyzing it for the merits of whether it's neither here nor there. It is what it is. It's, for our purposes, it's a calling card and a timestamp. So we're not getting through the next couple hours without an attack on someone by Iran. At this point, we just need to figure out who it's going to be an attack on. There are two options. If you're just tuning in, Iran has just got lit up. From the south all the way up to the north, we hit their new train bridge with China. They're going to be mad. We don't know exactly who was involved in this attack. It's probably Israel and the U.S. I don't think Bahrain was involved, although there was an initial false report out of Saudi Arabia attributed to a Saudi Arabian channel that was not correct, saying that they were. Fog of war, it always happens. But I do think it's possible Israel was involved. We won't know, though, until the witching hour happens. When Iran fires its missiles, which I will know the second it happens, they're either going to fire them at Bahrain, Kuwait, the UAE, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia, or some combination of those five, or they're going to fire at all of them, or some combination thereof, and Israel. If they add that other component in, that'll tell us what we need to know, and then also this is a very bad situation. If they only fire at Bahrain, Kuwait, UAE, I say only, but if they only do that, there's an off-ramp. So this next hour is very important and very telling. And it came out of nowhere. A Lego song. So surprisingly, it's actually hard to find some of the Lego songs. I did find one of them that is up on a news agency's YouTube, so we can watch one Lego video. I don't know why they only left this one up, but yeah, this one's still up, so we can watch it. It's on, what is it, like API or something? I don't think it's UPI or AP. It's one of the like foreign news channels. It has a lot of views. I was surprised at how many people watch those Lego videos. But yeah, they did leave some of them up. Not all of them, but this one stayed up. I know because I was just watching it earlier today. It's kind of a bop, you know. And I guess, you know, it's APT news agency that still has it up. So, and of course, it's just political commentary. I don't condone, endorse this. It's art. It is what it is. But we had a Lego video request. If there's ever a time to play a Lego video, I suppose it's tonight. So you all get your Lego video. It plays twice, but you get different imagery the second time. So, you know, have a fun time, I suppose. Up with the lyrics. How about that?
Orange pig.
Oh, Mr. President's gonna get mad about this.
That was the slogan you sold. But Bibi's pulling strings and your vote is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran, hear this clear. Your people reached out to us. Yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us till the last breath. We've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone. Your system ever wrong, they've known all along. The enemy was always you. The real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of birth. Screamed America first, nah, you put losers first. Make Israel great again. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you. We saw everything. If the public ever saw the files, man, the planet would shake from the level of filth and the crimes in your wake. No wonder Jeff called you the worst. You did it, enter a snake. You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cook. Stepping up to the plate, Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian and elite, sacrificing them to ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny things, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out, but small on kinda expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing a scene. You said you love losers, well look at your team. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you. Hey, Orange Pig, America first? Oops. Oh boy, that was the slogan you stole. But Bibi's pulling strings and the voters getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran, hear this clear. Your people reached out to us, yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us till the last breath, we've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone your system ever wrong. They known all along the enemy was always a real threat. Wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed. Take tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of burst. You screamed America first, now you put losers first. Make Israel great again. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all. We saw everything. If the public ever saw the files, man, the planet would shake from the level of filth and the crimes in your wake. No wonder Jeff called you the worst, you degenerate snake. You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite, sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny thing, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out. The smallness kinda expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing the scene. You said you love losers, well, look at your team. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all.
Alright, there's your Lego video. We'll call it a reprieve. I know a lot of people have been waiting. They want. I don't just play the Lego videos. I played them as they would come out. You know, I wanted to make an archive. Now, the reason why is so. For folks who don't understand the Lego videos, we actually watch them because they were commissioned by Chat Mom Lynn is here. Penguin's in the chat for Chat Mom Lynn. It makes her so happy. You must understand, if you put Penguin in the chat, you know what? In honor of Chat Mom Lynn and those of you who are at sort of I think we're all a little bit nervous and pensive because nobody knows what's about to happen. I'm going to give out 5 more memberships right now. Hello, Marsha, my friend. Hello, Towel Chat Mom Lynn. And congratulations to, from Towel himself, if your name is, Devon YT, congratulations. And in Limonene, what a great day. And Netanyahu Runs USA, apropos enough. And Camilla Wahlberger and Shay B290. Enjoy your gift memberships from none other than Towel himself. Hello, Larson, it's so good to see you. Hello, Sarah B. Creative, and Chinatown K9, it's so good to see you. You're all so wonderful. Clumsy Clairvoyance, you're wonderful too. Oh, Water Under the Fridge continued the membership parade. So if your name is Dial Up, or Duffun32, or Robin Booth 82 or Michelle 781 or Cycle Queen 146, you also now have access to emojis. You can send penguin emojis, you can send goat emojis. We have an emoji of our channel mascot. His name is Bunny Towel, Peep Bunny Towel to be specific. We also have Chat Mom Bunny's dog Kofi, he's a dog. And then we have the 400-foot tall baguette-based Queen of France. She is the 400-foot tall baguette-based Queen of France. Oh, wait. The membership parade has continued. Chat Mom Lynn has continued the streak. If your name is Mel W222 or Lady KTX or Tony Aker or SAHN Diggies, yes, I think I got all 5. Congratulations. Hold on. Mikey 00000 also got one. You didn't just get gift memberships. You were part of a membership parade that included me and then the one and only Water Under the Fridge and then Towel Chat Mom Lynn herself. You now have the ability to use emojis. It's just an emoji parade, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, thank you so much to Madeline as well. Enjoy your towel emojis. You're really going to enjoy them. There's a doggo. Okay, it's really great. There's, as I mentioned, the penguin. There's a goat. There's also a sheep. There's Chloe the dog in the wig. Now, Chloe the dog in a wig is in the Doggy Witsec program. We try not to say too much about her because, reasons. Then I also made a That's It emoji for Towel Chat Mom Bunny, and now I have one of those too. So, with all that said, that was your Lego video. We have to get back to the news and this press conference begrudgingly. Then we have to listen to the press conference about communism, and I'm sure between now and then someone's going to do something ridiculous, and I'll tell you what happens. James Cranston, it's 8:04 p.m. Eastern. U.S. definitely wartime. We have just lit up Iran, even in the north of the country, at their train bridge that sends oil to China to avoid our sanctions, which is going to cause a hell of a problem because it's infrastructure. That's their red line. It's 8:05 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime. It's Wednesday, July 8th, 2026. It is 2:05 a.m. Thursday, July 9th, 2026 in South Africa. It's 3:05 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and it's 3:35 a.m., the middle of the witching hour, in Tehran, Iran. And that would, again, be Thursday, July 9th, 2026. Will Iran respond? If you're just tuning in, the United States, while Mr. President is on a plane flying from the NATO summit in Ankara, he stopped over at the UK Air Force Base in Maidenfield, I don't know. Now he's heading over to the US, so he's over the North Atlantic. About an hour ago he gave this press conference. We're going to listen to the end of it. As he's flying over the ocean, he's bombing the ever-loving hell out of Iran, because he said Iran bombed some ships in the Strait of Hormuz, which is no different than anything else that's happened over the past 2 months. I think Mr. President was just mad. Oh, for various reasons. I heard he was in a bad mood at the NATO summit, and then he just bombed the ever-loving hell out of them, and they're not very passive. If you bomb them in a surprise attack, although he telegraphed he was going to do it, if you bomb the ever-loving hell out of them, they're going to bomb back. That's what they do. So I don't know what Mr. President's thinking here, but we're going to listen to the press conference.
I guess he's going to lose. I would imagine he's going to lose. It's very interesting when a Republican woman came out with the same charge, nobody believed her. When this woman came out, everybody believed her, right, Doug? Did you get any pictures of it, Doug? You don't want them. They wouldn't sell, Doug. So, any other questions?
Yes, Mr. President. A new Federal Reserve working paper came out, and it suggested that the illegal migration surge under Joe Biden caused housing costs to spike 30%. What is the lesson to be learned in that?
What's happening is housing costs are going down because rent.
I have a very, very bad feeling that Iran is about to fire at Israel. I don't know why. I think it's just because I know, I've never talked to them, the IRGC, and I wouldn't. Not during a war, especially. But I just know how they think. I've studied them. Like all of you who watch this channel will know, like, I've just studied their patterns. I've studied their red lines. I've studied their official communiques. I've studied what sources say about them that are like very close to them, like my friend Ali Hashim. I know how they think, and I'm telling you, I have this feeling in my gut that they are just gonna rain hell down on the Middle East. Like we crossed a red line. I don't know what to tell you. They're really mad, and it takes them like a certain amount of time to set it up, and I'm just waiting. I know I'm gonna hear the beep. I don't know when. I can just feel it in my soul. Like we went way over the line here. They don't have a choice. This, like when Israel struck Beirut once, Iran bombed the ever-loving hell out of them. This is way worse than striking Beirut. Not to in any way diminish the impact of that strike in Beirut. But what we did tonight was way worse. Unless we really have reason to believe, and I don't believe it for a second, that they have no missiles left, no capabilities, no capacities left. What we just did was very bold and very risky.
Rental costs are right now because we're getting so many illegals out of the country. But Joe Biden raised the cost of housing by 40 and 50%. The cost of rental, because they were housing illegal aliens in the...
Yeah, so every hour that we go without an Iranian response, the price of fuel will go down. If the markets are trading, if the futures are open, the West Texas, and you want to watch that for the American, and then the Brent is what you want to watch for on the European side. Every hour we go without a response, the price of oil will go down. As soon as there's a response, the price of oil is going to spike. Again, why journalists don't stock trade, because like, first of all, even if I missed by a little bit, like I know I've watched markets. I watched the Nikkei 225 one day open and drop like literally 4 to 7 points. I saw Mr. President Trump in real time announce through the Financial Times in London. It was like a Monday morning right after the oil futures and the East Asian markets opened. Announced through the Financial Times that he was going to release a quarter of the U.S. strategic petroleum reserves, 400 million barrels. Immediately the Nikkei bounced back. Oh, if I was actually trading that, you don't understand. And if I had money, but that's why journalists don't do that, because it's unethical and it's wrong. I knew what the market was going to do before it did it, and I watched it happen. I actually did it live on this stream. So good to see you all. Hello, Van. You're all so wonderful. Devon says, you're so smart, Grant. I wish Iran would stop their shenanigans and gas prices would drop. You know, I agree. I think overall, the goal here is economic stability. I think that's kind of the goal. Like, both sides want the same thing, but Mr. President, he's kind of like Judge Gilday in the Karen Reed case. If Judge Gilday had access to the entire American military, you know, he's just ornery. And you could predict that this was going to happen today because the U.S. and Iran are out of the World Cup, and Mr. President was in a bad mood at the NATO summit. He wasn't just in a bad mood. He was in a bad mood about Russia. He was mad at Russia. He was in a bad mood about Iran. He called them scum. And then he bombed the ever-loving hell out of their infrastructure. And now we're just going to sit here and wait till they respond. In some sense, Iran can't not respond. If they did nothing, they would be saying to the world, well, come on and bomb our infrastructure and our entire country from north to south, and, you know, please do. Why would they do that when they just spent 90 days or 60 days fighting a war to prove to the world that their ballistic missiles are their deterrent? I'm just waiting for the ballistic missiles now and praying that someone is intervening, China, Pakistan, who knows, and telling them, please don't fire at an exceptionally broad range of targets. If it's just a few, and I hate to diminish it, but if it's just Bahrain and Kuwait, that is not a problem. If they escalate to anything above that, which they have the right to do now because we bombed their infrastructure, we're all in deep trouble. And that's what my gut is telling me, which I don't like.
In all of those empty units, and now they're coming down because we're removing people that are here illegally, criminals from the Congo, from Venezuela. We love Venezuela, but Maduro emptied out his jails. They opened up their jails, they let them in, but many countries did that. 25 million people, and I think we're getting most of the bad ones out, and we start the process, but we've done very well in that. But it was a tremendous increase in housing costs. By allowing you don't even think of that. And you know who paid for it? The federal government. So the federal government is renting at tremendous prices all of these houses to service illegal immigrants, but they're not taking care of our soldiers. They didn't take care of our soldiers. So it's a sad thing. Enjoy the flight. Okay.
All right, now I'm going to show you what I think was the harbinger to this. It's Mr. President's remarks in the presence of the NATO Secretary General earlier today. The second Iran launches their counterattack, you will know, I promise. But I want to show you these remarks from Mr. President. This was earlier today with the NATO Secretary General, where, listen, I don't know how to interpolate this. Like, I guess you could say Mr. President was in fine form for Mr. President. I'm just going to let you listen. How about that? Recorded via Towel News. Take a listen.
Frankly, we attacked very powerfully last night. The very dangerous people from Iran. They're sick. There's something wrong with them. We said, go and do your funeral stuff, and instead of that, they start shooting rockets at ships yesterday, and so we hit them very hard last night, very hard. I would say 20 to 1, 20 times tougher. And I told them every time you hit, we hit, and of course they're dirty players, so they
go after everyone, probably including me. I've been number one on their list for years, and they're a bunch of scum. You want to know the truth? They're scum, and so we don't like them. I don't like them, and they're evil people, and it's the denuclearization of Iran, and we're going to denuke it. We're not going to let them because they're crazy, and they can't have a nuclear weapon. And they go around killing people. They've killed thousands and thousands of our soldiers. They've killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people. They had the roadside bomb, Soleimani. I took care of him first term. And that was a big thing because I think it probably would be a lot stronger had he been around because he was a bad guy, but he was an evil genius, but a bad guy. And he was the father of the roadside bomb. The roadside bomb is a bomb that goes on when you're driving your little vehicle around, and it goes on and you have no legs, no arms, and no face. And they've killed thousands and thousands of people. Even the SS Cole was theirs. You remember?
Breaking from Barak Ravid, the U.S. hit 2 railway bridges. Just in the past 7 minutes, Barak Ravid reports that the U.S. struck 2 railway bridges. 2. We don't know where the second one is. Let's go back to this press conference with Mr. President earlier today.
That disaster. So I don't like them at all. And frankly, I think we waste a lot of time with them. I think we should just do our business. Can you imagine? They start shooting bombs, actually missiles at ships. Yesterday, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, a couple of others, and they don't know. I don't think they know what the hell they're doing. But they're bad people, very bad people. I think they're incompetent, by the way. Because if they were competent, they would have made a deal a long time ago. Like, how about 47 years ago? So they've been in trouble for 47 years, and they're. We took out their first set of leaders. We took out their second set of leaders. They want to take out the U.S. leader, me. I'm on every list. I saw a thing this morning. I'm on every single one of their lists. And so far, I guess I've been a little bit lucky, but that maybe doesn't last very long because that's the way it goes. But we have great people. But these are evil, sick people, and we have to rid their cancer. Their cancer. And you know what you do? You got to cut out cancer early. Man, that's the way I feel. And I want to thank Mark. He's been a great Secretary General of NATO. I'm not happy with NATO because of what they did with Greenland. And I'm not happy with NATO because of the fact that they didn't want to help us with the #1 state sponsor of terror. That's Iran. They were unwilling to help us. Now, in all fairness, I didn't speak to Mark about it. I think if I did, it might have been different. But we didn't need help. But I was really testing. I wanted to see whether or not they'd be there. And the answer is they were. I spoke to Germany. I spoke to France. Spoke to UK. Spoke to Italy. I didn't speak to Spain. Spain is a wasted cause.
The IRGC in Golestan province says the American enemy, quote, from TV Al-Maraya, which is Saudi Arabian. The IRGC says, quote, the American enemy targeted parts of the Akteka Khan Bridge in Golestan province with a cruise missile at dawn today. Quote, we will respond overwhelmingly to the targeting of the bridge in the city of Akkala in the north of the country. Translated to English.
I don't want to do any trade business with Spain anymore, by the way. I'd like you to cut it off. Spain is a terrible partner in NATO. They don't participate. They don't pay. I don't want anything.
Iran's ambassador to the UN put out this statement, quoting Al-Mayadeen, which is very reputable for IRGC developments. Quote, the United States has once again committed a flagrant violation of the UN Charter and its international obligations by launching widespread military attacks.
Anything to do with Spain. Cut off all trade with Spain, please.
Mimi, God bless you, my friend. I was just thinking about you earlier today. You're so wonderful. God bless you. It's so good to have you with us today. I needed your energy tonight. It's quite a night. I hope you and Ellie are doing wonderful. Mimi has a baby goat. Her name is Ellie. God bless you, Mimi.
Including visits. Okay, we don't want anything to do. Watch them come running back. Oh, they'll come running back. They treat
this man terribly. And this man's a good man, too. Great man. They're lucky they have him. But Spain doesn't agree to anything. And you shouldn't carry him. I mean, you sort of automatically carry because you're protecting an area, so they're there. So they probably figure they have to protect us, right? But we don't have to. We don't have to trade with them. I don't want to do any more trade with them. All right?
Breaking: Graham Plattner is dropping out of the Maine Senate race. I repeat, minutes ago. Oh, give me 1 second. Frame drop. Breaking: Graham Plattner, just seconds ago, ladies and gentlemen, has announced he is dropping out of the Maine Senate race. I repeat, Democrat Graham Plattner, amidst a flurry of very shocking scandals, has announced he is dropping out of the Maine Senate race. Quote, "We believe that for the movement to continue, it can't be me, and for that reason, we are suspending campaign operations." I'm going to play you the video. Breaking news just now via Towel News, ladies and gentlemen. Graham Plattner, the embattled Democrat looking to challenge Susan Collins in Maine, the not exactly President Trump-friendly Republican, has just announced seconds ago that he is dropping out of the Maine Senate race. Madeline says, "I'm new to the channel. What is a goat?" Well, Madeline, I'm happy to tell you, well, it's actually a long story. On March 9th, 2026, this channel was covering the war, and we came across a herd of displaced goats from southern Lebanon who were fleeing through the streets of Beirut, the capital, along with 1 million other people, humans, who were displaced from southern Lebanon. The 55 villages, 52 of them Shia majority Muslim, and then 3 of them Catholic Maronite or Christian, basically. Now, well, they are Christian. They're the only Christian community in the Eastern Church that stayed loyal to the Pope. It's complicated. It has to do with Mount Carmel, and it's very complicated. They're very fascinating, though. But anyway, so those goats, we were very concerned about them. So every day we talked about how the goats were displaced and we wanted to know that they were okay. So then, about 60, 70 days later, we've got another video of goats returning to southern Lebanon after the ceasefire within a ceasefire within a ceasefire. So we kind of track the progress of displaced animals throughout the war, and then I yell at the various governments if they bomb animals. So, like, one time Hezbollah put out a video where the Hezbollah guy identified the cows in the videos, and he was like, "Look, I'm not going to hit the cows." It was really nice of him. And, who knew, save the cows. So my point is, I get mad when the countries bomb the cows. I don't care what side it is. I don't like bombing civilians. I don't like bombing people that the countries claim they're helping, and I certainly don't approve of bombing the animals. So I keep a very close eye on the goat population of Lebanon, among other animals, and I want to build them shelters, and the people shelters, but I specifically want to develop an international humanitarian organization with the proceeds from Jeffrey Epstein and Adnan Khashoggi's ill-gotten human trafficking operation for the purposes of building shelters for goats in southern Lebanon, and I don't want to hear any objections. Okay, now taking you to the breaking news just like 60 seconds ago. You're hearing it here before you even see it in the New York Times. How about them apples, New York Times? You can't even send out your email before I report on it. I'm a towel. Let's go.
As many of you know, over the past couple days, I have faced some very serious allegations, and I just want to make it clear. This is all false. The things that have been claimed did not happen. It's not real. It has placed an immense amount of weight on me as I think about what needs to happen now. Amy and I are regular people. We were not looking for this experience. We were not looking to get into politics. We had no desire to run for office. I just want you to think about what you would do as a regular person in a position where a much larger world, large forces, were working against you personally to accuse you of the worst thing that a person could do and it was not remotely true. I learned about this through press inquiries, with no time to truly respond, no time for investigations before a corporate media system and the political establishment got to act as judge, jury, and executioner.
Clumsy Clairvoyance, this is the Democrat frame drop. It's a busy night. This is the Democratic Senate candidate in Maine who has just announced that he is dropping out of the race literally within the past 3 minutes. You haven't even seen the email from the New York Times. It's not on the channels. It just happened. He is embattled. President Trump just talked about him during his press conference. Here we go.
Accusations are supposed to be the beginning of things, not the end. I think it's really important to understand why this is happening in the timeline, why this is happening right now. Much like October, when the first attack started, much like the news that was created the week before the primary, there is a reason that this is happening now. I only have until July 13th until I am officially the nominee. This was the last week to try to get me off of the ballot. And that's why this is occurring. It's not the false allegations, though, that have brought us to where we are. It's the fact that they are being used by the political establishment to put structural pressure on us. We live in a political system that is not built for normal people. It is a system that is built structurally to make sure that movements like ours cannot flourish. That if they begin to succeed, they can be crushed. What we have accomplished here, you made possible. The people of Maine, the volunteers, the voters, the grassroots donors, and I have all the faith in the world that we could win if we could continue to harness that. But the brutal political reality is that they are going to take everything away from us. Those in power who have the ability to do so are using these allegations as an excuse to take away all of the things that we need to run a campaign. We are going to lose our ability to fundraise. We are going to lose our ability.
There it is. The New York Times just sent the email, 8:28. You heard it on Towel News First. Remember, the gray lady, ladies and gentlemen, reigns no longer. Much like the BBC learned, Towel News reigns supreme. You heard it on Towel News. I know you all just looked down, those of you who get the New York Times alerts. Yes, we beat the gray lady. Minutes are hours in modern news, and you heard it on Towel News First. How about them apples?
To access voter data. We're going to lose all of the things that any campaign needs on the basic level simply to function. Larger organizations, the national level party, the bigger donor networks, they have all committed to spending no money in this race if I'm in it. They would rather see Susan Collins win than have me be the next senator from Maine. What comes next needs to come from the people. Needs to come from the people of Maine. Needs to come from the voters who on June 9th, at a strength of over 150,000, the largest number in the history of Maine primaries, said no to this kind of politics. Voted for a politics that would actually represent them. Voted against the political system, against the donor class, against the entrenched forces.
There's also something odd going on the Brooklyn Bridge. All eastbound lanes heading to Brooklyn on the Brooklyn Bridge are closed due to police activity. I don't live in Brooklyn. If you live in Brooklyn near the Brooklyn Bridge and you want to look out the window, you probably see like a bunch of police cars. If you're in the, Brooklyn area, you might want to just look out your window. I don't really know what's going on the Brooklyn Bridge. There's something going on. We had a guy run across the Bourne Bridge or whatever it was the other day down in Cape Cod. So, maybe it's some guy, on a police chase. But the point is, I wouldn't go to the Brooklyn Bridge right now. You can't drive on it eastbound. I'm just letting you know. And I also don't know what's going on the Brooklyn Bridge. I'm one man. Can't the New York Times do anything right? Oh, goodness.
And I'm not asking for how this process is going to work. I'm not trying to dictate to anyone who it should be or how we get there, but I will say this. It needs to be open, transparent, and democratic. It needs to be reflecting the will and the values of the people that built this movement, the people that showed up on June 9th. People in D.C. need to stay in D.C. Decisions should not be made in back rooms by people in places of political power. Party apparatchiks are not the ones to make these decisions. These decisions need to be made in the open by the people of this state, the people who got us here.
Breaking just now, in the past 3 minutes, 5 successive explosions in Bushehr, in Iran. I repeat, a third wave is in effect. The first wave all across the southern ports of Iran and one internal city. The second wave, train bridges in the north. A third wave, an American third wave, has just started. 5 successive explosions in Bushehr. I don't have pictures yet because it only happened within the past 90 seconds. More as I know it. That's why Iran isn't firing. They're still being attacked.
This is exactly the kind of political system that everyone voted against on June 9th. And for that reason, we need to be assured.
Breaking. The Iranian response has started. Breaking. Sorry, I have to break in. It's Bahrain. The first target is Bahrain, ladies and gentlemen. The Iranian response has started. You heard Graham Plattner dropping out of the Senate race. The first target is Bahrain. I repeat, the sirens are sounding in Bahrain. I'll see if I can get you a live cam. You see it there up on your screen. The Iranian response has started. Basically to the minute. I predicted it would be between 8 and 9. I called it to the minute. I repeat, the Iranian response has started. The first attack is towards Bahrain. Expected to be a very intense wave of Iranian attacks. They have not fired at Israel. That is very notable. We are going to watch for the next 30 minutes. I'm going to see if I can get you some live cams. I don't know if anyone has any live cams in Bahrain. Sometimes they have one in Kuwait. Bahrain, a little bit more difficult. The capital is Manama. It's just a more difficult place to get live cams from. That's just how it is. I'm going to take a look right now, though, and see if I have anything in Bahrain. I have Kuwait. I have the Kuwait airport. I repeat, I have the Kuwait airport. I imagine we're going to see this. Oh, give me 1 second. I repeat, I have the Kuwait airport cam. I have a Kuwait airport cam. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel. Here's the Kuwait airport cam. Okay. That's the Kuwait airport cam. I expect this to be next. I don't have a Bahrain cam. I have lots of Israel cams. I have South Lebanon, and then I have Kuwait. Kuwait, expect them to hit Kuwait next. They start with Bahrain, then they go to Kuwait. Then we're going to watch to see what happens from there. If it just stops, which I highly doubt, that would be the end. But I don't think so. Well, that would actually be a very pleasant thing. But it would have been probably the end, if not for the railway bridge. Mind you, Iran's also being hit right now as they're striking Bahrain. The alert has just gone up from Bahrain, yes. Bahrain has confirmed that they are under attack. We will not know more for probably, I don't know, an hour, maybe 30 minutes. You will have to monitor. You have the Kuwait cam up in the top right. I expect Kuwait to be next. If Iran is following its conventional pattern. Breaking! Iran has just fired missiles from Bushehr. I don't know where they're all going, but I have the images of the actual missile fire. Give me 1 second. Breaking. Fired missiles from Bushehr. If you're just tuning in, Bahrain is under attack. I don't know where the other missiles are going, but I can show you the missiles. They've just been fired. I don't know how many missiles Iran's going to fire. Clearly, they're not out of missiles. These are the missiles that have just launched. Iran has fired. I repeat, Iran has fired. Oh, video of it. Wow. Those are the Iranian, those are the missiles of peace. I can't believe we got video of it. This happened like a minute ago. Wow. That's impressive. All right, there go the Iranian missiles of peace. There's only 4 of them. This looks like the first wave. They launched from Bushehr. So clearly we tried to strike their missile sites. That did not work. It's awe-inspiring to see this 3-minute. The missiles probably are still, like, were in the air as this was being uploaded by Vahid. These are the Iranian missiles that quite literally just launched no less than 4 minutes ago. Hello, Penny. Hello, Pick a Handle. Alright, now, I'm just telling you, those are the missiles. Now we're waiting for the next missiles. I don't know what JAM is, but that's where they fired from. Bahrain was the first place attacked. We are now listening in on Kuwait. It is 3:30 in the morning in, let's see, it's 3:30 in Tel Aviv. It's 4:03. It's 3:37 in Tel Aviv. It's 4:03 in Iran. You can hear the birds chirping in Tel Aviv. We used to wake up with these birds every morning. The Democratic Party in Maine has announced it's going to be holding a convention to replace Graham Plattner, who has just dropped out as the party's nominee. As I just showed you video of, there has been 1 launch from Iran. We're monitoring Kuwait. There have been no launches at Israel as of now, but Bahrain was the first place hit. Bahrain has been hit. I don't know where they were hit. It looks like it was the U.S. 5th. Nope. It looks like it might be the 5th Naval Fleet. I need to get confirmation. Hold, please. Good thing I got cough drops. Oh, I had to go to the doctor today. It was very scary. But I'll tell you more about that later. It's not... It thankfully does not look that bad. Just talking too much, but it could have been bad. Alright. I'm monitoring very closely. We have to just sit here and watch this camera. I'm sorry. I don't know when they're going to launch. We just have to sit here and watch. But I called it. I told you the window. I nailed it. Like, to the hour, basically. They have hit the 5th Fleet in Bahrain. I repeat. Iran has hit the 5th Fleet in Bahrain. I have confirmation. I repeat. Within the last 60 seconds, Iran has hit the 5th Naval Fleet in Bahrain. They have hit the 5th Fleet. We have been hit. Remember, this is what they hit in the beginning of the war in February, in March as well. I repeat, the 5th Naval Fleet in Bahrain has been hit. I do not know where the next missiles are coming. I imagine it's not just the 5th Naval Fleet. We are monitoring. Qatar? No way. No way. No way. They hit Qatar? No way. I don't believe that. That would be shocking. No, launch missiles Qatar. Hold on, I gotta look at Al Jazeera. No, they did not launch videos at Qatar. I don't believe that for a second. That would be wild. Hold on. We would know if they attack Qatar. Hold on. Well, Silent Dogs, I'm going to send you to Easter Island. Okay, that's the only real country in the world. Go in there. Alright? You're going to have a great time. You and the sea turtles. Apparently there were priests there way back in the day. They had like a secret knowledge. I was listening to a little section of the book today about Easter Island. Alright, we got to check in on Qatar. Sorry. Oh, they're not even in a studio. Oh! Hold on. Could be the call to prayer. Air raids! Air raids! Air raids in Kuwait! I told you! Sirens are sounding in Kuwait! I told you! I called it! Sirens are sounding in Kuwait! It will change in tone. Interceptors going up. There's multiple interceptors going up on the Kuwait cam. Missiles incoming. I'm gonna go mute. Oh, that's a lot of interceptors over Kuwait. Incoming! Incoming! Kuwait has been hit. I repeat, Kuwait has been hit. Kuwait has been hit. There's still missiles in the sky. I can see them right here. They're coming. They look angry. Oh, they look very mad. Oh, they're what? Right here. Not that. That's a bug. These two. They might be interceptors. Hold, please. This one's the only one left. This one. It's getting lower. There's only one left. Once this goes away, I can show you the replay. I don't know where that one's going. It's going way off camera. Alright, now it's below the horizon, so we're not going to be able to see it. Alright. I can't actually go off live because something else could happen live. We're going to watch until the sirens stop. Then I will show you the replay. Incoming! 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 They use different tones to tell you when more missiles are coming. Yes, I study the public safety releases from all the Arabic countries, so Arab countries. Incoming! They use the pulse of the tone to tell you the proximity of the missiles. You just gotta trust me. It's coming. And they intercepted it. Clear. Alright, it's done. So you can tell it's getting closer by the wailing, and then if it just stops, it's done. They intercepted the last one. The alerts have cleared in Kuwait. Now I can show you the replay. That was a wild few minutes. Alright, it started about 6 minutes ago, so at about 8:42 Eastern. I'm going to let you watch it live. It was pretty wild. There was a direct hit in Kuwait. I saw it on the cam with my own eyes. I'm going to let you watch it. This was 6 minutes ago.
حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله لا إله إلا الله.
So you're going to watch the full attack that just played out on Kuwait. They were hit. You're going to watch and you're going to learn how Kuwait's alert system works. This is 5 minutes ago. It starts with this tone, it then approaches, and then you're going to see the missile impact. Kuwait was struck directly. They shot up like 20 interceptors too, and they were still struck right about here. We've been hit very hard and it's not over. Watch the interceptors go up. Here they are. This was 4 minutes ago. This is Kuwait. Look at them going up. Just flying up. They got oil money. Those are patriots too, I promise you. Each of those costs more than any of us will ever see in our entire life. Except for Kofi. He's secretly a millionaire. Kofi, I'm sorry, I blew your secret. But my point is, ladies and gentlemen, watch what's about to happen in Kuwait. You saw some of the early interceptors go up, they all fail. Because watch the hit. You're going to hear the hit too. Man, don't bother lying, Kuwait. I saw the direct hit. So did a lot of us. You see all those interceptors flying up? Actually, you know what I can do for you? I can do this for you. I normally wouldn't, because it's a bit of a process, but I'm going to zoom in and let you actually see the whole thing. Give me 1 second. Alright, so I'm going to zoom you just to the Kuwait cam, okay? And then I'm going to let you see in detail everything that just happened. And to do this, you'd actually have to like screen capture it, but I'm a tab. So I'm going to do it for you. Alright, so you do this. Alright, okay, then you go like that. And then I'm going to be able to show you the full attack that just happened on Kuwait, zoomed in as much as I can do it with the limited technology we have. Kitty Coco, this is the air raid siren in Kuwait about 4 minutes ago. You're going to notice the tone change right before the missile hits. There was a direct hit on the U.S. base in Kuwait, probably the Ali Al Salam air base, if I had to guess. Two direct hits. Did you see the direct hits and did you hear those sounds? Two direct hits up here. Watch. Watch right here. Successful intercept over here, but watch right here. Two direct hits in Kuwait. Two direct hits. Distinct direct hits. Wow. Let's go back live. Everything's quiet now, but they were hit twice. New live cams confirm at least 2 direct strikes on Kuwait by Iran in the last 10 minutes. Circa 8:45 p.m. Eastern Time on 7/8. And then what I want to do is I actually want to get a screenshot of the moment. So give me 1 second. Where was it? It was right after this. Hold on. I'm going to try to record it, but it might be hard. Give me 1 second. Let me refresh the comments, actually. Because getting the impact is actually incredibly important. Just might be hard to clip it in this state, but I'll see what I could do. I'll work my towel magic. So yeah, that's the clip. I mean, that was pretty brutal. I highly doubt that is the end, but that was the first wave. My guess is that was Iran's initial response. What they're going to do about the bridge, I don't know. But they've hit us twice. They hit the 5th Fleet in Bahrain, and then they just hit, as you saw on camera, the Ali Al Salam Air Base in Kuwait. Footage below. Just wild. I knew it was coming too. I could sense it. I knew once they hit Bahrain, Kuwait was next. Oh, a goat trophy. Oh my goodness. Is that a golden goat? Very rare golden goat. Oh my goodness, look at that. Did you see that golden above my head? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to Trifecta from Maine for the very rare, the exceptionally rare golden goat. Now I'm going to let you keep an eye on Kuwait. You're watching live. And we'll see what happens at it's 9 o'clock. Oh no. It's 3 a.m. in Israel. Oh no. Oh no. It's 4 a.m. in Israel, excuse me. We're getting close to prayer. I'm keeping my eye on things. Yeah, we might have some glitching. I was uploading that last video. Hold on. Should be better now. Keeping a very close eye on Kuwait, Israel, and Bahrain. Although I don't have a camera in Bahrain, but I do have a camera in Kuwait, and that is the place I think that is most likely to get hit multiple times. Bahrain and Kuwait. You are looking live into the country of Kuwait. You do that, Netanyahu. You have a great username. I think there might be more sirens in Kuwait incoming. I'm keeping an eye on things. I have not heard about any attacks in Qatar. They might have been fired at the UAE, but I'm telling you that that Kuwait has been hit. I repeat, Kuwait has been hit. There were apparently sirens in Qatar, but I have no confirmation. No confirmation. Qatar would be a big problem, but I do not have confirmation. The Fifth Fleet has been hit. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, this is not a drill. The U.S. Fifth Fleet has been hit. I'm going to get you the footage now. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I can tell you the U.S. Fifth Fleet has been hit. There is smoke rising. Our boys have been hit. This is what makes me all mad. Our boys have been hit. I don't know if any of our soldiers were hit, but the U.S. Fifth Fleet is burning. I repeat, the U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain is burning. I do have the primary source footage for you incoming now. The U.S. Fifth Fleet is burning. Yes, the U.S. Fifth Fleet Naval Headquarters in Bahrain is burning. And then I have some footage on the ground for you from Kuwait coming in the last 2 minutes fresh off the wires. I repeat, the U.S. Fifth Fleet has been hit. They hit us. They hit us, ladies and gentlemen. I have the footage now. The U.S. Fifth Fleet is burning. The U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain is burning. I will... Oh, I clicked the wrong one. It's this one. It's on the left. Qatar also apparently did have sirens. I don't have any reports of impacts or missiles in Qatar, just sirens. I will follow up as soon as I can. I know you want to see the Fifth headquarters. It is burning. The U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters is burning. Here is the footage. This is Bahrain, where the U.S. Naval Fifth Fleet headquarters is burning. They've hit us. They've hit us. I thought they don't have any missiles left. They hit us. I repeat, they hit us. They got us again, which is not a surprise if you've been paying attention. They have the capacity to strike at will. Now I'm going to show you interceptors that we just watched on camera going up over Kuwait. This is from the ground in Kuwait just seconds ago. I'm going to show you the footage. You saw it on the live cams, the webcam. Here's on the ground footage. Get him, Mr. President. They hit our boys in Bahrain. Get him. God bless you, Mimi. Yes, we must pray at this moment. But still, they hit our boys. Get him. This is Kuwait just seconds ago on the ground. Qatar has been hit. I repeat, Qatar has been hit. Madeline says, this is amazing coverage, Grant. Should have millions of people watching. Well, Madeline, you'll be pleased to know, well, you know, it's different than regular news. Once people find it, they tend to tell people or watch it, and they know that whatever it is that happens, if I'm covering it, you'll get it here first most of the time. But on the whole, I think over the past 4 months, 5 months, this channel has reached 180 countries on Earth. Out of 195 to 197 if you count Kosovo. There's one other in there, Seychelles Islands, maybe, I don't know. Maybe the Vatican. But anyway, well, that's a permanent UN observer state, as is Palestine. But well, we got like 15 to 17 countries to go, and it's reached, I don't know, 2 to 4 million people. It's a lot. But God bless all of you. Thank you so much for your support of Tal Channel. And yeah, I think once people find it, they're like, well, why doesn't the other news do this? And then they're like, oh, yeah, because the other news is run by like states or like corporations. Grant's just Grant. He just finds, you know, he just knows how to get videos. I think it was Tommy and Mike, the people who cover the Karen Reed case. They're wonderful. They thought that I had like cell phone towers in Iran, which was a very endearing compliment. You got to know Boston, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, I took that very highly. I was endeared. All right, now, beyond that, I'm sorry for the moment of levity. I do try to insulate your brain from trauma. This has been an intense night. Now I'm going to show you more footage from the ballistic missile launch from Iran. This is from Khuzestan province just about 4 minutes ago. Probably the one heading towards Kuwait. Yeah, that's what it's like when you drive down the highway and your country fires ballistic missiles at other countries. You just see them in the sky. Casual ballistic missiles on a Wednesday evening. You know, you're driving to clear your head. Oh, that's a ballistic missile. I wonder who we're firing that at. All right, here's more footage. This is from U.S. interceptors attempting to intercept the missiles that eventually hit the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. Okay, those were the okay, now I'm going to let you listen to the explosion sounds coming from Kuwait. Well, we got rocked. Okay, now I'm going to check the live cams again. Give me 1 second, please. I heard there was some more sirens in Kuwait. I'm going to check the cams. Hold on. No sirens as of now on the Kuwait airport cam. I'll keep monitoring. You can listen to the eerie chirping of the birds. It is very possible that Qatar has been hit, but I do not have any confirmation. The UAE may also have been hit. I know the birds make for an eerie soundtrack, but there's a lot of footage coming in, so I have to keep a close eye on multiple countries. I think more missiles have just been launched. I don't know where they're going. I don't know where they're going. They launched 6 minutes ago. So wherever they're going, they should be there soon. I'm sorry. It's just a man on the ground in Iran telling me, just saying that he saw a missile going up, multiple launches. So I don't know where they're going. I'm not a satellite system, but yeah, the man on the ground, the Towel Early Alert System says that there's some missiles going somewhere. I don't really know what that means, though. It was 6 minutes ago, so you got like 6 minutes. I don't know what that means. I wish I had more information. That's called the Towel Early Alert System. So far, Israel has not been struck. I know those of you monitoring are keeping a very close eye on strikes towards Israel. Nothing so far. That was an odd sound. Let's just say Kuwait's early warning system is a little weird, to put it lightly. I have not heard. So I'm seeing conflicting reports about sirens sounding in Qatar because of a strike on the airbase and no confirmed strike on the airbase. Maybe it was intercepted. I will wait for formal confirmation from the country of Qatar. There's a lot of reports that fly around when the missiles start launching at this rate. That's why I use live cams. And some countries, like Bahrain, don't allow live cams. It's like Saudi Arabia, too, and UAE. Like, you're not getting a live cam in Dubai. You're going to get arrested if you put up a live cam in Dubai. Even if you're, like, a flight attendant from the UK, they're going to arrest you. If you, like, send a group chat. Some Westerners, I don't think, understand what spying actually means, like government spying. Dude, they will read your family group chats and arrest you and jail you if you send a picture of damage from a missile from Iran. Alright, we're in the hot zone right now. I don't know how it's going to play out. There is another wave of launches, but they might be going to UAE. Sometimes Iran will go like Bahrain, UAE, Kuwait. I'm going to take you through to the sunrise. Iran does not normally, well, unless it's full-on war, launch during the day. It's this window. If we get through to sunrise, normally that is the end of hostilities. However, we hit a railway bridge, so I can't predict how this is all going to play out. Maybe Iran made a they did strike hard. They did hit in Kuwait and Bahrain. But I can't imagine after 200 strikes, their response would be the same thing they did before, which is Kuwait and Bahrain. I guess they did strike in the UAE potentially, but I have no confirmation of that. I'm also hearing that Jordan may have been hit. But I don't have confirmation of that. If I get a video from Jordan, I'll let you know. Jordan was on the list last time, but it was not on the list 3 days ago. Wonder when prayer is in Jerusalem, or in the Holy City. Jordan is apparently the target right now within the past 4 minutes. base in Jordan that was targeted is the Muaf al-Salti base in the Al-Araqs region of Jordan. Alright, I have footage that's just come in from Bahrain, so allow me to show that to you now. I have footage from on the ground of the impact on the 5th Naval Fleet headquarters. We have maybe about 45 minutes left of this attack window. I don't think it will go on for more than the nighttime, very rarely. This is from on the ground in Bahrain just minutes ago. This was the strike on the U.S. 5th Fleet headquarters. Naval 5th Fleet headquarters. Wow, it actually captures the direct hit in the very beginning. That's a look at that. That's a direct hit. Wow. Oh damn, they caused a lot of damage. This is what hit the 5th Fleet headquarters. Look at the impact. Dude, that thing, look at it. It's right there. It's below the logo and then it just sails in. Oh, wow. Well, that was what caused the fire. We know now. Alright. I'm monitoring for the potential next wave. After what just happened, I can't imagine. I think the Jordan was just hit. I think the UAE is probably next. What's that? Hold on. That's just that sounds like just an airplane. Huh. Alright. The big question now is that Iran's... Remember, it could be. I would be very... What the fuck? Dude! What the fuck? Is that a car alarm? That is very unpleasant. I've never heard that tone before. That was the Tel Aviv airport cam. I've listened to a lot of live coverage. That was the strangest alarm I've ever heard. And that is not an air raid siren. I don't know what that was. Never heard that on a camera before. I wonder if it was some kind of alert at the Tel Aviv airport. Huh. You'd think they'd send out an alert on the Red Alert app, though. Huh. That's odd. That was one of the oddest... It was Tel Aviv Airport, by the way, I checked. It wasn't Kuwait. That was one of the oddest sirens I've ever heard. And yeah, it sounded like a car alarm, but it sounded way more mean than a car alarm. I don't know what to make of that. They cut that audio very quickly. Whatever the hell that was, they cut it. Almost immediately. I mean, yeah, I've heard I've heard every alert tone that plays over these. I've never heard that one. That was like a screeching bald eagle. That kind of scared me a little bit. I don't know what to tell you about that. Is that kind of like, is that Was it a car alarm? Was it an early alert? Is it some kind of like secret early alert that we're not supposed to know about? I don't really know what to say about that. It was definitely not the kind of thing that you ignore. I'm not going to play it again. It was very loud. It sounded a little more angry than a car alarm, I gotta say. It sounded more like a run to your battle stations alarm. But I've also listened to this coverage during the war while that was, while it was on that airport, and I've never heard that alarm. No. I'm thinking it was probably a car alarm. I'm probably playing this too safe by saying that, but I don't really have an explanation. So we're going to go car alarm. Yeah, the airport, exactly. They were like, yeah, you all never heard. Yeah, somebody, well, I guess that's true. Someone could have opened an emergency exit. There's lots of reasons for an alarm. Still, it's a little strange. Especially because the attack was right there in Jordan. I have some footage now of the Iranian missile that came in over Kuwait. As you listen to the birds of Kuwait. Have you ever wanted to go to Kuwait? Apparently they have some very nice birds. It's actually very soothing to listen to those birds chirp. The birds around here are mean. Here's the missile from Iran. We saw two hits in Kuwait. We saw a hit in Bahrain. Here's one of the two that got through in Kuwait. That's the Iranian missile just doing its thing. It's being a missile. It's doing its missile thing. It's flying along, being a missile. I'm waiting for damage impact assessments in the various countries that were just hit. Wow, Fars is saying that they did attack Qatar. No way did they attack Qatar. We have to check in on Al Jazeera. I can't believe they attacked Qatar. I'm shocked. I'm a little bit stunned. What's Al Jazeera saying? If Al Jazeera is saying that Qatar was attacked, then Qatar was attacked. If Al Jazeera is saying nothing, it's 60-40 they were attacked. Al Jazeera station. So let me just check out what they're saying. Hold on. This is how we covered the war during its most intense moments, especially when Qatar would get attacked. You could hear the siren in the studio. So when did this attack start? Like 4 minutes ago? Let me find the last time their anchor was on camera. Hold on. This guy. Alright, what was he saying? So it was like about an hour ago, right? Yeah, about 40 minutes ago. Yeah, so let's see what their anchor was saying. They didn't even have... Oh, interesting. Yeah, they're back live in the past like 20 minutes. Let's see what they said at the top of the hour.
And I say we hit them 20-1. Every time they hit us, we're going to hit them 20.
This is about 20 minutes ago.
Unite in mourning and defiance. Hundreds of thousands take part in the funeral procession of Iran's supreme leader in Iraq. And Venezuela's earthquake survivors queue for aid. The humanitarian chief tells Al Jazeera about the growing crisis. We begin with breaking news. The US is carrying out airstrikes on the south of Iran for a second night. The attacks come just hours after US President Donald Trump said the memorandum of understanding between the two countries was over and warned of more strikes These are the latest images coming out of the southern port of Bushehr. The city is home to one of Iran's most important nuclear power plants. In the port city of Chabahar, local media has reported 2 docks and a maritime control tower were targeted. And the shrapnel...
We have a decompression break request from none other than Water Under the Fridge for Immortal Technique. And I will look for the song The Martyr. I think we do have it. And I will be happy to play that at the very next break in the next few minutes.
Hit the Imam Ali Hospital.
God bless you, Water Under the Fridge. You are a
widespread
tower.
power outages across the city after 3 power lines were cut during the attacks. Most of the areas targeted run across the south of Iran, along the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian state media says explosions have been heard in other major port cities, including Bandar Abbas, Sirak, and Jask. And there have been also sounds of explosions on Abu Musa Island. Now, in the city of Iran, Shah, the governor there says 1 person has been killed after airport facilities were targeted. US President Donald Trump has been speaking to media on Air Force One. He said returning to a full-scale war with Iran is on the table, but that Iran wants to make a deal.
We just hit them very hard, and I say we hit them 20-1. Every time they hit us, we're going to hit them 20. And we did it last night. They did a little something today, but it was really retribution for last night. They hit actually 3 boats, not 2. They hit, we hit back much harder.
Are we returning to a full-scale military conflict, sir?
I don't know. I don't know. We'd win it very quickly. It's another way of doing it. We have many ways we can win, but we've already won militarily. They have very little. They have very little left, and they want to make a deal so badly they called.
Qatar has sent a text message to residents announcing that for now the security threat has cleared.
A little while ago, they want to make a deal so badly. I just don't know if they're worthy of making a deal. I don't know that they're going to honor the deal. That's the problem.
Israeli media believes that Iran will target Israel in the coming hours, but I have seen no confirmation of that. Brian's breaking news tends to be pretty good, though. Madeline says, God bless you, Grant. Oh, thank you so much, Madeline, for your support. You are wonderful. God bless you, Madeline. Thank you so much, and we are so lucky to have you with us on Towel Channel. Also, Save the Goats. There you go. You're now initiated into the ranks of Saving the Goats.
If they want to make a deal, why do you think they attacked commercial vessels?
Because they're sort of crazy, to be honest with you. They're sort of crazy. They're a little bit out of control, but they want to make a deal. Badly.
Now we have our correspondent standing by for us in Washington, D.C. and Tehran, and Mohammed Val is here in Doha. But let's begin in the Iranian capital. Tauhid Asadi is there for us. Tauhid, how much damage do we know about that's come from these strikes?
Well, actually, tonight and last night marked the heaviest bombardment since the announcement of Memorandum of Understanding signed between Tehran and Washington. And we witnessed tonight a rather extensive scope, geographically speaking, of the targeted areas in the southern...
Pause. I have no new footage just coming out from south of Iran from earlier tonight before we listen to Tauhid Asadi's report. Take a look at what, and I cannot confirm this because I don't live in Iran. There is a sound warning for this. Take a look at some of the reported footage coming out. There were 200 or so strikes across at least 9 to 10 cities, including a train bridge in the north that's very vital of Iran that connects them to China to allow them to sell their oil over land. This could be very loud. I'm warning you now. It's from the south of Iran. I cannot confirm it.
ول کن بزن همونجا بیس بابا خوبه جاش خوبه من پشت تیرکم شما جفت شیشه نباشید نه پایینه اون پایینه اون یکی تمام شد امن امان
Oh my word. I'm just gonna play that in full screen so I can compose myself a little bit, and then we'll do our decompression break after this, because that was a lot. That poor man, I'm very glad they're all alive. That was a lot. There is a sound warning. This is very loud. This was southern Iran just a few hours ago.
ول کن بجا همونجا بیس بابا خوبه جاش خوبه من پشت تیرکم شما جفت شیشه نباشید نه پایینه اون پایینه اون یکی تمام شد امن امان.
Oh my word. That is horrifying. That was just one of the hundreds of strikes on Iran earlier tonight. This is a strike from the Negev. This is not from today. This is what Iran did to Israel in June of 2025. People always share this footage and they think it's like a current piece of footage. Some people will ask for help, which this guy did, shout out Canadian OSINT, but some people will just post it and be like, this is this. No, I'm telling you, that is the Negev in June of 2025. I have a very good memory for certain. Like when I want to remember something for a reason, I remember it. This is the Negev 2025. It does show what Iran can do when they get mad, but it's not from tonight. So, disclaimer, this is being shared on X. This is not from tonight. If you see someone sharing this, be like, no, that is an Iranian attack on the air base in the Negev desert in June of 2025 during the 12-day war. Now, you should absolutely understand Iran has that capability, but that is not what Iran was doing tonight. And I was just letting someone know that. This, however, is from tonight, and this is from Bahrain. I'm going to play it for you now. This is all one continuous piece of footage. Okay, now I'll show you new footage coming in from southern Iran where fires are still burning. Give me 1 second. Here it is. That's the railway bridge, but here is Bushehr, southern Iran. So that's southern Iran, and then this is that railway bridge that we struck in the north that links Iran to China. Okay, take a look at this. It allows them to sell oil. It's a new bridge. It's gone. We destroyed their bridge. Sorry, I burped. Yeah, Mimi, we went way overboard tonight. We took out their very important bridge. It's the only bridge they can use to sell oil over land. Yeah, things have gotten bad. If you missed it, I'll show you the direct hit on the U.S. 5th Naval Fleet Headquarters. That was in Bahrain earlier tonight. And then there was also the 2 direct hits on the U.S. base in Kuwait. Now I'm going to find out if anyone was hit in Doha, taking you about 30 minutes delayed back to the top of the hour on Al Jazeera. This man's in Tehran, then we're going to hear from someone in Doha, then we're going to hear from someone in D.C.
On in different cities and different islands.
Kazimine, excellent question. I do not know how China's going to react to that new train track being destroyed. That they built it, I assure you. China's one of Iran's biggest consumers when it comes to oil.
For instance, in Bandar Abbas, we know that several explosions have been heard. Also in Sirik and Josk, 2 important port cities which are overseeing the Strait of Hormuz. We've got reports about the airstrikes taking place, and that is obviously important because of the very fact that they have a critical role when it comes to Iran's, let's say, claim about the control and authority over the Strait of Hormuz. Also in islands like Qishm and Abu Musa, we've got explosions and the activation of the air defense system. Meanwhile, in the southeastern parts of the capital, something that we didn't have last night, we've got attacks taking place in the city of Konarak, also in the Iran Shahr city, where the airport was targeted, leaving at least 1 person killed and others injured. Also in the city of Chabahar, according to what I was talking to with the local residents, heavy bombardments are reported targeting both civilian and military sites, including wharfs, including military sites.
Breaking, we have a statement from the Kuwaiti the Kuwaiti Army. I have a statement from the Kuwaiti Army. Okay, they've definitely been hit. This is the type of thing they put out when they've been hit. Translated by British Reporter Towel for you to the English. Take it away, a British Reporter Towel. Let's go. Come on now. Thank you. Go.
Conversation. Translated from Arabic. The General Command of the Kuwaiti Army urges brotherly citizens and residents to refrain from approaching the sites of shrapnel fall resulting from interception operations, and to abstain from photographing them or publishing and circulating any photos or video clips of them across various social media platforms in order to preserve public security and safety.
Hello. I just want to say hello to the General Staff of the Kuwaiti Army. As an American, listen, please don't imprison your people. This is not any government entity, etc. Just me as an American, speaking, generally, in my personal capacity. Please stop imprisoning your citizens. And can you talk to Bahrain and tell them to stop doing that? If Iran can allow their citizens to upload footage, maybe, I understand the political nuances, but, maybe you get more flies with honey. Arresting and jailing flight attendants is just not a good idea. Now, I know that was actually the UAE, not you all, but, come on. If the world understands... First of all, they're attacking my bases, my soldiers, American bases. Just let us know. Otherwise, they're going to black it out. President Trump's going to say all the missiles went into the Indian Ocean. You know what I'm saying? He's just going to be like, no, but nothing happened. They're all just going to lie. So just let us see the footage for the good of America.
The General Command of the Kuwaiti Army also emphasizes the importance of adhering to security and safety instructions issued by the competent authorities and obtaining information from authorized official sources, which contributes to preserving the security of society and the safety of all.
Well, is Towel News on the Kuwaiti list of authorized and official sources? Hashtag somebody petition the Kuwaiti government and the Bahraini government. Be like, listen, I do have viewers in Bahrain and Kuwait. So hello to my dear Towel friends in Kuwait and Bahrain. It's very nice to see you today. I hope you're doing well. Actually, you know, it got a little scary during the war. People would come into the chat and be like, Towel, I can hear the, like, sirens, like, outside my window. Grant, like, my building is shaking. Like, the walls are, like, the windows are kind of shaking. I'm pretty sure, like, that was an explosion. And I'd be like, oh, dear God. Like, please preserve your own safety and security. And they'd be like, well, I don't have anywhere to go. And I'd be like, oh, dear God. And then I would just pray with them. As far as I know, they all lived, but it was very terrifying. They'd be like, Grant, like, I'm really worried, like, my building is shaking. And I would just try to console them and be like, look for the safest place to be, follow instructions of your local civil authority. And then I would pray with them. It was very intense. And there was a lot of people. It was, now that I think about it, it was very intense. It was really bad. So I'm going to take you back to the report from Tehran. We're about 30 minutes behind now.
And a maritime traffic control tower. These are among the targeted areas in Chabahar in the southwest of the country, in particular in Bushehr. Attacks, excuse me, attacks are reported, and this is important as the city hosts the nuclear power plant, and that is creating a lot of concern, even though we've got local authorities saying that no damage has caused to the actually power plant itself. We know that the scope of damage, the scope of the strikes have been rather extended compared to last night, and obviously this is just one part. We know that in another part of the city, in northeastern part of the country, in the city of Aqala, we've got reports about a railway facility, a bridge being targeted by, according to what IRGC says, cruise missiles of the enemy. Again, another indication of the expansion of the scope of the airstrikes by the Americans.
Tahid, we're going to come back to you in just a moment, but let's go to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett, who's joining us from Washington, D.C. Are we hearing any more from Washington, from the political establishment, from the White House about these strikes?
Well, what you played at the start of the show is the latest that the U.S. president has said, and it is consistent with what the White House has been saying for the last day or so. You have to go back to when Donald Trump was in Ankara. He really signaled that these strikes were coming. He said he was planning to authorize some for a second night, and he made good on those threats. And the U.S. president, along with his vice president, who was speaking in Milwaukee on Wednesday, made clear that they believe that it is Iran that violated the deal that was cut, the deal being that if the United States lifts its blockade, Iran must stop shooting. And they say that Iran did not live up to the agreement, in fact, only followed it for about a week, according to J.D. Vance. And as a result, the United States will now continue.
We are back.
Freedom of navigation. The U.S. Central Command also saying that the targets that were launched on Wednesday night were to degrade Iran's ability to threaten maritime travel through the Strait of Hormuz. So it's clear from the standpoint of the United States that freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz is a red line.
Kimberly, I'm going to come back to you in just a second, but I want to put some of your points to Tahid Asadi, who's in Tehran for us. So what kind of response do we expect from Iran?
Await the hard slap from the Iranians. This is something that we just had from the spokesperson for the Committee for Foreign Policy and National Security of the Iranian Parliament as the latest reaction. But we know that in addition to that, both diplomatically speaking and militarily speaking, we have been witnessing several statements coming from the Iranian side. First, diplomatically, they are saying that this is And quite contrary to what we hear from the American side, this is being interpreted as a violation by the Americans of the Memorandum of Understanding, not only seeing these recent round of strikes, but also seeing the continued strikes by the Israelis on the Lebanese territories, and also the U.S. decision to reimpose the oil sanctions on the country most recently. Also, militarily speaking, they are saying that Iran is going to take firm action to safeguard their national security and national interest. Meanwhile, for several times from different officials, and most importantly from the joint military headquarters of Khatamul Anbiya, we've got them talking about the promises for retaliation, and crushing response is something that they are talking about. But when it comes to the details, how Iran is going to articulate and formulate its response is something that we have to keep waiting to see how future could unfold and how they will come up to respond.
That's Tauhid Asadi there. Now, let's go back to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett, who's in Washington, D.C. Now,
what about Doha?
Just, reading out a statement.
What about Doha? Did Qatar get attacked or not?
From the Iranians. For the US, it says, await a hard slap. Earlier, Donald Trump said that the Iranians were scum, cuckoo, and a little crazy. So does that mean diplomacy's off the table?
Donald Trump certainly suggested that it was, but he left open the possibility that if he may be exasperated with diplomacy, perhaps others on his team are not. The U.S. president saying very clearly that he believed it was a, quote, waste of time. Having said that, he did not rule out that there would be further...
Oh, yes, our song for Water Under the Fridge. After a long day before, now that they've taken away my update, the thing that I wanted, which was I was going to use as my break, we are going to see if I can play the requested song for Water Under the Fridge. This is what we call a decompression break. Now you might be saying, do we get the goats during the decompression break? Yes, you get to see goats. Everybody loves the goats. You know what I'm saying? How can you not love the goats? They're adorable. They're great. Everybody loves them. They're goats. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, you get to see the goats. I'll show you the world famous goats, and then I'll find the song. The request is for the song The Martyr. No, if it's in the library, I think it is. I heard a goat that someone posted. Carly, shout out Carly Kramer. She posted a goat one time. Standing Stone sent me a goat one time. You know, I just, goats, save the goats. All right, these are our goats. Remember I told you March 9th? Lebanon, we lost our goats. Well, these are the goats. So you get to listen to an Immortal Technique song and watch the OG goat video. Now I gotta see if I can find this song. It's called The Martyr. I don't think that one is here, but I have a backup song that I'm ready to play for you, okay? This is in the catalog. This is for the one, the only Water Under the Fridge. Hashtag save the goats.
These times are coming. We told you about them, but you motherfuckers was sleeping. Now you gotta wake up.
There's some cussing.
Come.
It's art though.
Low key. Yeah. Immortal Technique. Harlem motherfucker. We here. Let's make history.
Breaking! Breaking! The alarms are sounding! Breaking! Breaking! Iran doesn't want us to listen to the song. The alarms are sounding in Bahrain. I repeat, Iran is fired again. They don't want us to listen to the song. They probably think Immortal Technique's pretty good, but Iran is fired again. This is not a drill. Iran is fired at Bahrain. Save the goats. Put the goats in some kind of container. We don't have time for Al Jazeera right now. Iran has fired again. They don't want us to listen to Immortal Technique. They're like, don't you understand, Tao? We don't have time for mental decompression breaks. We're trying to make a point. Well, you know what? Maybe Water Under the Fridge wanted to listen to Immortal Technique. Now we got to go back to the live stream. It's a good thing that adrenaline just courses through my veins just randomly. And of course, I know the second that the siren sound because I just sit there and I watch. Anyway, we're going to wait for this to load up. Then we're going to listen. All right, let's go. Live cams, please. Would you be so kind? The sirens are sounding in Bahrain, which means you know they're going to sound in Kuwait. Would you be so kind? Oh, it's because I loaded up the chat. 1 second. All right, let's go. We were going to have such a nice time listening to our song. Water Under the Fridge was thrilled. Everyone was happy. Nope. Damn Iranians. No, I haven't said that one in a while. Damn Iranians. All right, here we go. I guess Iran's going to attack in the day. They're firing at Bahrain right now, and you know that means Kuwait is next. They're firing at Bahrain right now. I guess Iran wants us all to have a long night. I know, Chinatown K9, it was my fault. I just wanted to play the wonderful Immortal Technique song from my dear friend Water Under the Fridge. It's my fault. I have done this. Damn Iranians. You don't understand. Sometimes the IRGC would troll us. Like, during the war, I'd be like, I'm going to go to bed. And then all of a sudden, they'd just start firing missiles randomly. They'd be like, no, we don't want Tel to go to bed. That only happened like once, though. Okay. So, Bahrain is the first one subject to the attacks. Okay, now we are waiting to see if the rotation stays the same, and then if they go after Kuwait. If they go after Kuwait, you'll hear a man start speaking in Arabic, and then there will be very loud sirens. Israel so far has been spared. Just as we thought things were slowly calming down. Nope. Nope. Yeah, Carol Young, damn Iranians. Makes me all mad. That's it. Kofi and Bunny and Bo are having a great night right now because I said that's it. Damn Iranians. That's it. Well, I guess I don't have... you know what? All I was going to do was broadcast a regulatory hearing tomorrow, so, you know, I guess if there's ever a night to stay up and get trolled by the Iranians, the damn Iranians, tonight's the night. I say it in jest, though. You know, I try to give everybody a fair shot. I do say damn Iranians, but, you know. Also, someone tweeted 29 minutes ago, no new launches in 20 minutes. Talk about speaking too soon. Bunny Towel and Kofi and Bo love their new emoji. I gotta make a pancake emoji for that one Oracle. They love pancakes. She makes a lot of pancakes, blueberry pancakes, all sorts of wonderful pancakes. But anyway, my point is, Bunny Towel loves the Bunny Towel mom and Kofi. I bet Kofi goes around barking and trying to say that's it all the time, and I'm mad, and he's a dog. My pleasure, Standing Stones. You're so wonderful. Thank you for seeing goats. All right, monitoring Kuwait. I know it's coming to Kuwait. I know it. I already know. Based on the last timeline, it should start, I'd say, within the next 3 to 4 minutes. There will be a man. It will sound like call to prayer, but it's actually saying, citizens, be warned, or something like that, or take shelter. Now, I bet the people in Lebanon are utterly baffled, because Lebanon has been left completely out of this. So has Israel. But the people in Kuwait, I'm going to guess they're a little confused. And the UAE, and Bahrain, and Qatar, apparently, although I can't get confirmation of that. Alright, we're just waiting at this point. They're coming. You're going to watch it happen. Just a matter of when now. Bahrain was the first one targeted in this round. It happened about 3 minutes ago. But it's morning time. So I guess Iran wants people. I guess they can strike in the daytime, the afternoon. Ukraine, by the way, has just struck in Tver, Tver, Russia, at an oil depot, which is now burning. I wonder how the air quality is in Russia. It can't be very good. Well, just as we thought we were going to get a nice mental decompression break, I now will be sitting with you, waiting for there to be a very sort of jolting Arabic sounding man, well, he's speaking Arabic, telling the people of Kuwait that missiles are incoming. I'm telling you it's going to happen. Just watch. It takes about 8 minutes between launches. That's an airplane. Bahrain has been hit. I repeat, Bahrain has been hit. For a second time. Now we're waiting on Kuwait. I'll get you footage from Bahrain as soon as I can. Right now, we're just waiting. I know it's ominous. Those are birds chirping. I'm sitting here. I know their pattern. It's normally like 5 minutes behind. Wait for it. Where is it? Alright, it's about to be the top of the hour. I'm actually very surprised that Israel did not get involved in this. Maybe Israel and Iran don't want to fight each other. You're listening to the soothing sounds of birds chirping over Kuwait. Bahrain is the first one most of the time to get the sirens, and then Kuwait. We don't have cameras in Qatar or in Jordan. They're really attacking in the daytime? This is very surprising. It's morning. It's, let's see, it's 10 p.m. Eastern here, coming up on the top of the hour in Boston. It's Wednesday, July 8th, 2026. It's 4 a.m. in South Africa, 5 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and 5:30 a.m. in Tehran, Iran, and that would be Thursday, July 9th, 2026. All bets are off now. I didn't think they were going to attack in the daytime, but they just fired at Bahrain and hit. President Trump has blocked, a Second Circuit judge has blocked President Trump's effort to stop E. Jean Carroll from getting her $5 million judgment that just came down. The judge is named Eunice C. Lee. Well, it's the top of the hour. Here we go. The next wave started about 3 minutes ago, by the way, but it's a very unusual attack pattern. It seems to be U.S. bases in Bahrain. Well, I shouldn't say unusual, but I have the pattern. Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan, and Qatar. Yeah, I don't think Iran called and wanted to make a deal. I'll tell you that. This is odd rules of engagement, though, I must say. We only got a 60-second mental decompression break, by the way. I'm so sorry about that. I wanted to have more, but it did not play out that way. Oh my word. Bahrain has been hit. Ladies and gentlemen, Bahrain has been hit. I have the footage. In the daytime, the U.S. Fifth Fleet has been hit again. I'm going to show it to you now. This is concerning, to say the least. Oh, it's probably your chat. Hold on 1 second. Alright, you can continue to watch this while I load up the footage. Yes, Bahrain has just been hit 5 minutes ago. And it's in the daytime, so I can tell it's a news. I have now. Bahrain, I repeat, Bahrain has just been hit again. This is the newest footage come 3 minutes ago. Let me actually mute this one so you don't hear the birds. This is Bahrain just minutes ago. I'm going to show you this on full screen. Bahrain, the Fifth Fleet has been hit again. And they both threw. We just don't have the ability to stop these missiles. What are we doing? They just hit us again. And Mr. President Trump just flew around the world. He's about to go to bed. What are we just going to let this... I mean, we might actually let this go unanswered. Because he's got to go to bed. He just flew from Turkey to the United States. But we were just hit again. And I saw both missiles. The first one hits. Okay. And then there's a second one that flies in at one point. Yeah, there's the second one. And that one hits too. That's wild. We got rocked. Again, and it's not going to stop. I'm going to go check on right now. No attack, for those of you tuning in, America launched a massive wave of strikes across Iran at about 3:45 p.m., so about 6 hours ago now. Yep. And then Iran, the strikes were across the south of Iran, 9 cities, and then in the north, in particular to the northeast of Tehran, which was an attack on a railway bridge that Iran uses to transport oil overland to China. And about 2 hours later, Iran launched a wave of attacks. They struck the 5th Naval Fleet when it was dark in Bahrain, and it caused a fire. Then they attacked Kuwait, struck twice. Then they attacked Qatar, although that's unconfirmed. And then they attacked a base in Jordan. 10 minutes ago, the footage you just saw was of Bahrain being hit again after it was already on fire. And now we're waiting to see where the next missiles are going from Iran. Israel has not been targeted, though. It has been U.S. bases only. Bahrain must have been a central launching point for the attacks on Iran tonight, because Bahrain was struck twice, and Bahrain was hit first on the second round and first on the first round. Just wow. Just what a series of events. But I really need to see, I now can't tell you, like, what the cutoff point is. Until Iran... Oh no! Qatar has just raised the alarm? What? Another round of... No, wait. But not Kuwait? Well, I guess we should check on Al Jazeera then. Bear with me. Apparently Qatar was next, so I'm going to check the Al Jazeera studio. Although they don't always have... They're not always very forthcoming. And we're listening in on Kuwait as well. Oh, Chinatown 9K, you're so kind. Yes, in the stream description, I think there is a way to do a GoFundMe. Let me check right now. I don't want to make it difficult on you if you're being so kind. Where is it? Where is it? Ah, yes. I think this one is still active. If it's not, you just let me know. You're so kind, though. God bless you. And please don't feel obligated. This is a public information service. And the whole point of it is you should be able to access information regardless of your resources. So your contributions, your vibes, your positivity, all of that keeps Tao going. And God bless all of you. But yes, let us check in on Qatar. And thank you so much for being all, for being you. You're all wonderful. Well, God bless you, Chinatown 9K. I believe in you as well, and thank you so much for your support. And I'm so glad I got to spend some time with you, and Penny, and Standing Stones, and so many other wonderful Tao friends, and Clumsy Clairvoyants, and Tao Mom Bunny, and Kofi. Kofi knows my name, and Bo. Hi, Kofi. How are you doing? Are you behaving, Kofi? A towel. Kofi's a towel. All right, let's go back about 9 minutes, 10 minutes on Al Jazeera to the top of the hour, and let's see if Doha is actually experiencing sirens, because if they are, I imagine we'll see it in their studio. But this is about 9 minutes ago, so forgive the delay.
Al Jazeera, from the front lines to the newsroom to you.
Hello, I'm Imran Khan. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. The top stories this hour. The US launches further airstrikes on Iran with reports of explosions along its southern coast on the Strait of Hormuz.
I'm not sure I want to make a deal with him. We can play games, but I'm not sure I want to make a deal. Let's just finish the job.
Donald Trump has threatened further strikes on Iran at the end of a NATO summit in Ankara, but added he didn't think the war will start again.
An alliance on the edge. As NATO wraps up its meeting in Turkey, world leaders face a critical choice: bow to Washington's demands or watch the historic alliance fracture. Can $1 trillion spending spree save transatlantic relations and keep the Trump administration invested in European security? That's later on This Is America.
Also ahead, united in mourning and defiance. Hundreds of thousands in Iraq take part in the funeral procession of Iran's supreme leader. Plus,
Bangladesh's capital Dhaka is among the largest in the world and is expanding fast, but its surrounding rivers are slowly dying due to heavy pollution. I'm Tanvir Chaudhary. I'll bring you more on this.
we begin with breaking news. The U.S. is carrying out airstrikes on the south of Iran for a second night.
Yes, no, we know, but in Qatar,
the attacks come.
We
just
did look
hours
at that
after
footage, yes.
Donald Trump said the memorandum of understanding between the two countries was over and warned of more strikes. These are the latest images coming out of the southern port city of Bushehr. The city's home to one of Iran's most important nuclear power plants. In the port city of Chabahar, local media has reported 2 docks and a maritime control tower were targeted, and that shrapnel has struck the Imam Ali Hospital. There has been widespread power outages across the city after 3 power lines were cut due to the attacks. Most of the areas targeted run across the south of Iran along the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian state media reported explosions have been heard in other major port cities, including Bandar Abbas, Sirik and Jask. And there have also been sounds of explosions on Abu Musa Island. In the city of Iranshahr, the governor there says 1 person has been killed after airport facilities were targeted. US President Donald Trump has been speaking to media on Air Force One. He says that returning to a full-scale war with Iran is on the table, but that Iran wants to make a deal.
We just hit them very hard, and I say we hit them 20-1. Every time they hit us, we're going to hit them 20. And we did it last night. They did a little something today, but it was really retribution for last night. They hit actually 3 boats, not 2. And when they hit, we hit back.
Are we returning to a full-scale military conflict, sir?
I don't know. I don't know. We'd win it very quickly. It's another way of doing it. We have many ways we can win, but we've already won militarily. They have very little. They have very little left, and they want to make a deal so badly. They called a little while ago. They want to make a deal so badly. I just don't know if they're worthy of making a deal. I don't know that they're going to honor the deal. That's the problem.
Iran's chief negotiator, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, has posted to social media after the latest round of Iranian retaliatory strikes. He said, America still hasn't learned that bullying and breaking promises are no longer cost-free. Let me put it plainly. If you strike, you'll get hit. Don't flail around pointlessly, or you'll sink even deeper. The Strait of Hormuz will only open with Iranian arrangements, not American threats. We have our correspondent standing by for us on both sides of the Gulf. Mohammed Val is here in Doha. Let's begin in the Iranian capital.
We're just never going to hear from anyone in Doha. We're never going to find out if there was an attack there or not.
Saadi, who is there for us. Tahid, talk to us about the damage from these strikes.
Well, actually, it was the second night following the escalation, or I would say a renewed round of escalation that seems to be unprecedented from the time when the 2 countries decided to sign a memorandum of understanding to practice a sort of ceasefire. But still, we see a potentiality for further confrontation down the road, seeing the attacks that took place overnight, last night and tonight, marking the heaviest bombardments. And of course, in the city of Bandar Abbas, the most important port city, we've got explosions being heard. Also in the adjacent islands to the Strait of Hormuz, including Abu Musa and Qeshm, the air defense system activation and also explosions have been reported. Meanwhile, we saw a rather extended scope of the strikes in both southwest and southeastern parts of the country. In southeast, I can say that at least in 3 cities, including Konarak and also Iranshahr, where an airport facility was targeted, leading in at least 1 person being killed and some others injured. Also in Chabahar, we've got severe attacks targeting both military and civilian areas. In southwest of the country, also the city of Bushehr and adjacent areas witnessed the continued strikes by the Americans, and that is leading to injuries and of course damages to several facilities. One last point is the attack that took place in northeastern part of the country, in Akkala in particular, where a bridge and railway facilities of the country was targeted.
Now, Tauhid, we've heard from Iran's chief negotiator, Mohammad Ghalibaf, who said America still hasn't learned that bullying and breaking promises are no longer cost-free. Does that give us an indication of what the response from Iran might be?
Await the hard slap from the Iranians. This is something that the spokesperson for the Foreign Policy and National Security Committee of the Iranian Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf's colleague, is saying on his X account. And we know that there is this rhetoric being repeated by the military officials of the country, including Mohsen Rezai, and most importantly, several statements are coming from the joint military headquarters of Khatamul Anbiya, talking about the crushing answer and saying that Iran is going to safeguard their security and national interest. And also they have from time to time said that they will target the areas in which or from which the attacks are being directed, and that means that Iran is going to, or is conducting attacks on the U.S. military bases across the region. Also, diplomatically speaking, it's going to put an impact on the trajectory of talks, if any, seeing that Iran is calling it a breach of the Memorandum of Understanding when it comes to not these attacks, but also, based on Iran's opinion, other instances of the breach of agreement.
That's Tauhid Ashadi live for us there from Tehran. Let's now go to Mohammed Val, who is here for us in Doha. Warnings across the Gulf. What more do we know?
Yeah, we know that just about an hour and a half ago, we saw that warning here in Qatar about heightened or raised state of alert and instructions to people to stay home and stay away from glass doors and open areas and so on. But soon another notification came saying that that alert has been passed, or that state of alert has passed, and people should go do whatever they want to do. And in Bahrain, just a while ago, there was a report of sirens for the second time in about an hour and a half or so. A Ministry of Interior there giving similar instructions to people in Bahrain without...
He doesn't know it yet, but there's already a hit. He's reporting there was sirens, there was a hit in the daytime on the Fifth Fleet.
Without giving any specifics about the fact that, or about any attacks on the country. We also know that in Kuwait in particular, the army there and the Ministry of Defense talked about dealing with some drone and missile strikes coming from Iran, again, without giving any specifics or details about any impact or any casualties there. So these are...
There were 2 impacts in Kuwait earlier. We saw them on the live cam.
The 3 countries were some kind of response to some kind of danger or alert from Iran was reported. Until now, there are no details from any of these countries about any impact or any casualties. We know that these countries are bracing for reactions or for retaliations from Iran whenever there is an American strike on Iranian targets. Iran accusing these countries of providing help by way of allowing the Americans to use their land, air and sea to wage attacks on Iran. And the countries, Gulf countries, trying to stay away from the conflict, or at least saying they are not part of this war between the Americans and the Americans and the Iranians. So it's a developing situation, and right now we still are very short on details. If the Iranians issue any reports, we'll know about it, and that usually when we get some details about what bases and what locations have been targeted.
That's Mohammed Val live for us there from Doha. Thank you. Our White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett.
Okay. I'm not calling it. I'm going to give it... No, I'm actually pretty content. I think after that strike on Bahrain, with no subsequent follow-up strike, okay, the IRGC has put out its statement, so we might have reached the end. I have the statement from the IRGC 60 seconds ago. Let's see what they had to say. British reporter. Oh, wait a minute. Why would we delete it? Why would you delete it? It was right there. Maybe he wants to like retype it again. But I mean, I can show you the initial statement. I mean, he kind of had it up. But then he deleted it. So maybe he's going to post it again. But let's see what the IRGC has to say. Let's see if this is the end of the day. It doesn't show as deleted here. Oh, okay, it's not deleted. Here it is. Maybe he just reposted it. Water Under the Fridge said, "It's funny how you still get disappointed in the news for not reporting stuff you broke long ago. Like you thought this time would be different." I have high hopes, Water Under the Fridge. God bless you. My friend, I am so sorry our song got interrupted earlier. We will definitely try to close with the Voice of the Voiceless. I have the IRGC statement. He must have reposted it. Here we go. But they put it after tonight, what appears to be skirmishes, but it was pretty rough in Iran. All right, British reporter Tal, take it away.
Conversation. Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. In the name of Allah, the subduer of the arrogant. Fight them. Allah will punish them by your hands and disgrace them and grant you victory over them and heal the breasts of a believing people. O noble Iranian people, O generous and struggling Iraqi people, you have done well, O faithful, insightful, and loyal people, who have shown the world the position of divine guardianship and the deep mutual love of the people with the Islamic leader. Similar to the commander of the faithful, peace be upon him, through your understanding of the circumstances and your unparalleled funeral procession in the history of the world. You also mention with your slogans that the cost of aggression against the Marja'iyah and the guardianship of the Islamic jurist will be very high. Although this majestic funeral, especially the 23-hour loving funeral in extreme heat, in the beloved land of Iraq, has struck terror into the hearts of the arrogant residing in palaces, and prompted them to a hasty reaction to this popular display. However, America, which breaks promises, and contrary to all commitments, once again attacked many areas in the southern coastal provinces of Iran, and in an anti-popular move, attacked 2 bridges in the eastern provinces leading to the holy city of Mashhad. With the aim of obscuring the news of this unparalleled heroism and hiding this inspiring event from the eyes of the world. But it overlooks that these crimes will awaken people all over the world and make them more determined to play a role in fighting the great Satan. The fighters of Islam will not leave the transgressions of the child-killing American army unanswered. In the first phase of the punitive response against the covenant-breaking Americans, the fighters of the naval and aerospace forces of the Revolutionary Guard Corps, in a joint operation using missiles and drones. Hours after the enemy attacks and in different regions of the country, destroyed the infrastructure and important facilities in 2 American colonial occupation bases in Arafan and Ali al-Salem in Kuwait, and Jaffa and Sheikh Isa in Bahrain. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps warns the child-killing American army that in case of repeated transgression, our strong responses will expand to include other American bases in the region. And victory is not but from Allah, the exalted in might, the wise.
It's over. And it wasn't Jordan, it wasn't Qatar. That was fog of war. It was Bahrain and Kuwait, and they hit both. It's over. Wow. They only put out statements like this when the attacks are over. So they are more than happy, it seems like, to just go, to let this go. So if Mr. President Trump reads this right, he should go back to negotiations. If they wanted to roar tonight, they would have roared. They would have hit Israel. They would have gone all out. They didn't. What they're saying with this is, don't strike back at us. And also, we are still willing to talk. They would never say that. They're too smart, and it's politics. These strikes tonight are over. Iran only puts out a statement like this when they're done. They'll put out a video, probably tomorrow, of the launches. They'll show the stickers they put on the missiles. There's an ebb and flow to this. But when there are certain things I can read and just instantly tell you that the back and forth tonight is over, and that statement means it's over. So my read of this is that by Iran limiting their attacks to, now the people in the Fifth Fleet headquarters and in Kuwait won't necessarily think this was pleasant, but by them limiting their attacks, Iran limiting their attacks to just those bases, and not Israel, not Iraq, not Saudi Arabia, not even Qatar, not even the UAE, just those two countries, well, it's basically, without saying it, diplomacy, especially international diplomacy during war, is like good jazz. It's what they don't say, and what they don't do here. And what they didn't say out loud is, we're giving you an off-ramp. What they did was give the U.S. an off-ramp. Now, if the U.S., for whatever reason, my guess is, if I had to guess, Iran targeted a Rad Dome or two. They used, 2 missiles? Probably, 2 missiles on Kuwait that hit, maybe a few more, and then 4 on Bahrain. So my guess is they targeted communications equipment and long-range radar. I'm going to guess we're going to find out that the Kuwait base has a Rad Dome, and a Rad Dome is a very high-tech form of long-range radar that has a column of radar equipment in the middle of a cylinder with this white thing on top of it. It's like what you see at GCHQ, kinda, but it's a little more tall, and then it kind of looks like that weird thing out in the Australian desert. It's a Rad Dome. It's very expensive, because it's not just the radar. What a Rad Dome is if it were just a radar, it would have a radar dish. A Rad Dome is a complex set of communications equipment that is stacked up cylindrically under the Rad Dome. So the radar component of it is, I'm sure, having to do with the way the dome functions. But inside it is a column of technology, including the radar, all of which works together to function as long-range radar. It's very expensive, and that's what I'm gonna guess they hit that, and they probably, we kind of run a little overboard. So they might have hit some aircraft hangars. We're not going to know till the morning. They probably hit some aircraft hangars. They probably hit some Rad Domes. They probably tried to cause about, I'd say, $250 million worth of damage. $250 million to $500 million worth of damage. That would be my estimate, because that's probably how much damage caused. They're very proportional like that. And they can cost, remember, they can cost us more money than we can cost them, because our stuff costs more. We have the most, they're using our strengths against us as weaknesses. They're genius battlefield technicians. We are not. Our battlefield tactic is just bomb them as many times as we can. And their battlefield tactic is hit them where it hurts and cost them money. Every Reaper they take down, every MQ-9 Reaper drone is 24 to 45 million US dollars. Not to mention, like, some of those, like, planes they took out. They took out special, like, EWAC or whatever they're called, like, advanced planes that do, like, radar detection up in the air. They took out the plane, like, they took out the part of the plane with the most expensive technological equipment, too. They know exactly what they're doing. And so, yeah, part of it, yeah, and I think it's a little bit of both. I think part of it is that Iran keeps trying to be a rational actor when dealing with irrational U.S. leaders. And so I think Iran has adopted their strategy over time, because you can't apply mutually assured destruction when the other side, this isn't Richard Nixon's, like, very calculated madman theory, which didn't work, by the way. Nixon told Kissinger his plan was to trick the Chinese and the North Vietnamese into thinking he was insane. And by virtue of them thinking he was insane, they would surrender. I'm not kidding you. That was his actual theory. Now, say what you will, at least it was like a theory. Right now, imagine madman theory, but without the, like, calculated manipulation. It's just a madman. So, and I'm not trying to be mean to Mr. President Trump, you know. It's just, he doesn't, there's no cohesive strategy here. He's just, one day he's mad about Greenland, then the next, I'm not trying to be mean, I'm really not. But he's kind of like my Nana. I love my Nana. But, like, you know, if you tell Nana about, like, you know, Nana's, God bless her soul, I love her. I just spent some time with her. She's great. I'll show you a picture of her when we do our Karen Reed documents review. She's great. All right? But Nana, if you ask her about, like, communism, Nana will be like, I think we should just, you know, we get rid of them all. And I'll be like, you want to get rid of, like, all the communists? And then she'll be like, well, maybe we shouldn't do that. You know, but Mr. President Trump doesn't have that person being like, are you sure we should do this? He'll just get mad and do it. So the Iranians can't have a logical negotiating position. Because, frankly, I think the U.S. is just buying time until after the midterms. This is a very unpopular war. It is. It polls bad. All wars poll bad. But this midterms, remember, if the Republicans lose the Senate, well, that's not as important because the Dems will never get a supermajority. The economic policies of the Democratic Party in the United States, and I'm not exaggerating. I know some Democrats are rational. I understand, and I'm sure they're confused too. The Democratic Party, their economic policy, and I'm not exaggerating, I want to be very clear, this is real. They dress up in frog costumes. Inflatable frog costumes. It's not like, you know, like a Halloween costume you get at the store. It's like those inflatable T-Rexes that, like, some people like to wear around. Like, listen, to each their own, bro. If you think you're a T-Rex and you want to walk around in an inflatable T-Rex costume, I'm not, like, knocking those people, bro. I think it's kind of funny. It's kind of brings a little... I think you should probably, like, stick to doing that as, like, a hired performer at, like, birthday parties, but, you know, more power to you. What I cannot endorse or condone is that it appears to me that the official economic policy of the Democratic Party is that we should all dress up in inflatable frog costumes, get bullhorns, and scream at federal agents. All right? I'm actually worried that this party is going to, like, get controlled. Not necessarily supermajority, but I'm worried they're going to win the House of Representatives. Therefore, I doubt this war is going to escalate because before the midterms. But after the midterms, I think it's very bad. I think Iran knows that. And I also think they know that Mr. President really doesn't really think day to day very rationally. He just gets up and he's mad about something. So they're like, well, we got to have a bunch of different plans and just be ready to go at a moment's notice. And that's what's going on. Nobody has a plan. Okay? It's kind of like that scene in The Dark Knight. Everybody thinks they have a plan. Okay? Nobody actually has a plan. They're just reacting to each other and trying to guess what the other side's going to do. How do you, like, tactically project what President Trump is going to do? Seriously. Like, sometimes he gets up in the morning and he's mad about the strangest things. God bless his soul. He's very nice to my grampy. I'm never going to dislike him as a person. But politically, he will get mad about, like, some lady who's suing him because the ballroom is too tall. You know, and he he like rants about it. He writes his own briefs sometimes. I've never seen anything like it. He went to oral arguments in the birthright case and then lost. Oh, that's the other thing. You got to remember, he hates losing. And he lost in the birthright case last week. And this is the type of person, and Iran's got to know this, who is literally likely to lash out because of losing a Supreme Court case, or like not being in the World Cup anymore, or like whatever the hell, by like bombing people. And he's also baiting you to like bomb back so he can have an excuse to bomb you harder. So like think about what Iran has to do here. They got to manage like this like global community that both like thinks that President Trump is, you know, insane, but also is not exactly dying to get in bed with the Iranians. Okay? Do you know how many countries supported Iran during the Iran-Iraq war in like the 80s and 90s? It was like South Korea, Japan actually was one of them. That's why their oil gets through the Strait of Hormuz. Japan, Sudan, not South Korea, Sudan, Palestine, maybe Egypt, maybe Libya, and like two other countries, North Korea, and maybe like one other country. Okay? It's this very Iran has to manage this. Then also remember, Iran's whole like point here is like they were attacked first, right? So they are trying to also manage the moral high ground, and then also like their supreme leader is dead, and the men who killed him, Bibi Netanyahu and Donald Trump, are very unpopular in their own countries. So Iran is like at war more with like very small segments of the political class in Israel and the US. And they're not at war with the polity of those countries. So they have to like manage this in a certain way. And that's why they're acting the way they are. They're the adults in the room. But they know that the child, by analogy, having a temper tantrum could mean like a full-scale carpet bombing campaign of the capital of Iran. And so they have to have kind of like proportional, measured responses. They can't fall into any traps. Also, think politically. The Israeli elections are in like 3 months. Bibi Netanyahu is not going to win, okay? No chance. You think the people of Israel enjoyed living under 1 hour, every hour, 24 hours a day, for 60 days, Iranian missiles? No, they hated that. There were people who I saw losing their mind in Israel, northern Israel, etc. Like running around screaming with knives on public buses, just losing their mind because of like the psychological torture from having to be up 24 hours a day. You have to go to the shelter when the alert goes off. And they were kept up for months. It drove some of them insane. You could see it. So he's not winning that election. And frankly, I need to just make a prediction, which we'll look back on in a few months. I need to be direct with you. It's very likely that if the Democrats win the House, okay, they don't actually get sworn in until January of 2027. But if they win the House in November, Mr. President's going to get impeached by, like, I don't know, April of 2027. He won't get convicted because they won't have the votes in the Senate to do it. but he will get impeached for something. I don't know, dropping a pen on the floor, sell it, like buying the Air Force One from Qatar, taking the gift, like, I don't know, like something to do with like a gold statue of a giraffe. Like, they'll find a reason and they will impeach him. It'll be absurd, and the impeachment manager will be some like very strange Democrat who they're going to try to like push into the presidential spotlight, and he'll inevitably, or she, have like this big flop moment where they'll like do something dumb, try to cover it up, and then that will become the story of the whole impeachment thing. It'll be hilarious. But the point about this is, though, if the Democrats win the House, not the Senate, but the House, you can almost guarantee that there will be an intense conflict, because Mr. President Trump will be cornered. You thought Bibi was cornered during his corruption trial, which, by the way, is going to be bad for him unless he gets a pardon, which I don't see the president of Israel doing. Barring Bibi getting a pardon, he's going to go on trial as soon as the war ends. But you think Bibi was cornered and the way he was acting was desperate? Wait till you see President Trump without Bibi in office, with the world against him, like with no allies, and with a Democratic House. He will bomb the ever-loving hell out of Iran. He will bomb them until they do something so dumb that he can use it as a distraction from the impeachment. Now, Iran's too smart for that, but I'm just telling you, I see where this is all going. It's my towel, crystal ball. All right. We made it through the night. Iran, by the way, no one should ever, and this is such a creative, it's such an ingenuitive way to do it as Iran, no one should ever say that Iran is not the adult in the room based on this response tonight. They got lit up. They not just reports of being lit up, they actually legitimately got lit up. Train tracks, IRGC bases, hundreds of targets across 12 cities or more. Legitimately. If that happened in the United States, do you know what the U.S. would do to a country if another country bombed 9 of our cities and then our railway tracks in another city? Do you know what we would do? Think about it for a second. I'm not sure that country would exist the next day if somebody did that on domestic soil. So think about how genius this maneuver is. By a country that President Trump is framing as like insane, like madmen, okay? Think about what they've just done. It's like the most inversely disproportional response you can imagine. Now who's the adult? Who's the rational actor? Think about the long game here. Who's going to come out of this looking like they can actually manage international affairs? The United States or Iran? Lose a few battles, but win the war. See what I'm saying? It's genius. It's very smart. Dude, they're really good. And they need to be, that's the thing. They were like, well, screw it. If you're not going to respect us, we'll outplay you anyway. It's literally easier to play against a moron. I don't mean that Mr. President Trump is dumb, but the way Iran is playing this, they're playing not even chess. They're not even Zygmunt Brzezinski's form of chess. They're playing like a realign the geopolitical world order into different spheres with like certain poles, including Iran as one of the major poles, with a new Middle Eastern like axis as a no one liked the Abrams Accord. They were forced into it, right? So it's like like you could have the BRICS like broken up a little bit. You could like a Russia-China axis. You could have an Iranian Middle Eastern axis, and then you could have NATO in the U.S. Now, frankly, I need to be direct with you. I don't think the U.S. ever should have been in the Middle East to begin with. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It's fine to have trading relationships there, consulates, embassies, like economic, like interdependence or imperialism, whatever you want to call it. There's nothing wrong with that. I do have a little bit of concern. I do have a concern that we might lose the nation state to international like companies that become too ingrained in that kind of trade. But my bigger projection is America's interest always should have been in this hemisphere. It's fine. I don't mean to make an apologia for imperialism, but empires die when they aren't imperialistic. Okay, so you want a good quality of life, I'm sorry, you have to have a little bit of imperialism. I'm not saying it needs to be bigoted. You just have to have like economic dominion. I'm sorry, that's how it works. Study empires. Like, that's how it works. It would have been smarter tactically, although less beneficial for a certain group of like American politicians. Project for a New American Century, Khashoggi, give me my damn paintings back, etc., etc., Epstein, whatever, MBZ in Saudi Arabia, etc., the Wahhabis in Kandahar, the Bin Laden family, etc., etc., the Bushes, Halliburton, Dick Cheney. Yeah, so those people, Rumsfeld, they all would have gotten screwed. But, you know, on the whole, the world would have been better off if we just kind of told them, like, listen, bruh, Latin America, you know, the whole, like, Monroe Doctrine thing? You know, we know President Monroe. Just, you know, Latin America. If you think about it, are there any Khorram Sharjahs in Latin America? No. Is there an Israel in Latin America? No. It probably would have been better to do that. But anyway, I digress. That's more of a future projection. I think you'll see a realignment of American geopolitical influence within its own hemisphere, Latin America. Say what you will, it's a lot better than what's happened in the Middle East. It's not Afghanistan that is the graveyard of empires, it's the Levant that is the graveyard of empires. And Persia, the Persian plateau for that matter. Seriously, you can't win. You can't invade Russia ever, in particular in the winter. And you can't win in the Middle East as an empire. There might be empires there, but you're not coming in and taking them over. So, that's my analysis, and we made it through the night. That's what you get when you watch Towel News. It's a whirlwind. You never know what's going to happen. I should get Pete Bunny Towel. He loves his dear friend. We're going to play our song, too. Before we get out of here, I promise, Water Under the Fridge, I hope you get some rest. I hope, if you're still here with us, I am playing you your song. Water Under the Fridge waited all night. Now that we know things are somewhat calm, and the IRGC has put out their statement, and there's no more missile sirens, and there's no more explosions, I now have the ability to show you to play the song. I can show you the tower that the U.S. destroyed as well, but I can play the Water Under the Fridge is still here. Free Razor, absolutely protect the Great Lakes. Now I don't know if the Strait of Hormuz is going to be protected very well by this tower anymore. Their we destroyed their tower. So. Hello, Dee Thames, you're wonderful. Star Child, it's so good to see you. Iran was the one territory the Romans could not conquer. I almost said that as well. Excellent insight as always, Star Child. Yeah, you don't want to mess with the Persian plateau. Classic Clippy, it's so good to see you. Grant, when I was in college, Middle East sent all their young men over to study. They know our culture, have education. We don't know about them. Oh, Classic Clippy, that's so true. You know, funny you mention that, Classic Clippy. I'll pull the footage up someday. But one time, I was covering this court case in Massachusetts, and as one is wont to do, you know, the juror in the case gave national TV interviews. So, of course, you know, I wanted to find out, like, if her father was an Egyptian spy. Now, you know, I start poking around. I'm just a little towel. And I find out the dude, the father-in-law of this juror in this high-profile case, had gotten banged up in like 2019 for stealing missile secrets and for possession of very bad pictures of children. Now, he gets banged up in Attleboro District Court on the child charges, all right? Gets repped by Kevin Reddington, of all people, by the way, Jen McCabe's lawyer from the Karen Reed trial. And then in federal court, somehow gets an 18-month negotiated sentence on a 5.01K proffer. Okay, 5.01, yeah, K proffer. Okay? And does 18 months concurrent in federal prison on the child charges from Attleboro. The docket reflects this, by the way. And the federal charges. Now, me being a little towel, I was like, wait a minute. This just screams like odd. So, now, I don't know anything about audio spectrum processing using like machine learning, but I do know a thing or two about natural language processing, like using machine learning to study words. In fact, back in like 2009, I was one of the early pioneers of this discipline in the context of discourse theory. But that's a story for another day. I'd love to tell you more about my chats with Regina Brasilia. She invented kind of machine learning in the context of health sciences. She's very smart. She got one of them awards where you get like a lot of money and they call you a genius. I think it's called the MacArthur Genius Grant. Anyway, she's really smart. Little Towel had some interesting friends when he was younger. He's very smart. I guess I am kind of smart. I didn't really think of myself that way. I was just interested in machine learning and natural language processing, and developing a quantitative methodology to examine the cogency of public discourse as an indicator of political legitimacy in liberal republics. Anyway, that's not really relevant. What is relevant is that in the context of, audio spectrum processing, you can apply a similar methodologies, wouldn't you know it? Now, I didn't know that, so I just started, as one is wont to do, looking through the patents that this nice Egyptian spy, apparently, was, working on back in the 1980s. And wouldn't you know it? I found this very strange patent, which looked like it was a device that you would put in cars that would detect when ambulances would drive by and put a little light up on the little dashboard. And I was like, bro, that's a fake patent. That is not what this patent is about. This man was a Raytheon engineer who worked on missile interceptor technology. What is this really about? Well, you look through and you trace that patent, and you eventually find out it's the Boeing, the Raytheon Warrior X system. It's a shoulder-mounted missile interceptor system, and it took 40 years to go from the initial patent into the field, So then you're a little towel, and then you're called redacted, and various things happen, and that was a weird one. But my point is, it's very interesting to me to, look into that kind of thing. I forget what the relevance of that was. I think it had something to do with my interest in, how ballistic missile interception technology uses a corollary to natural language processing in the audio spectrum field. I kind of understand it's kind of like a battle of the algorithms when these interceptors and missiles are kind of fighting each other in the sky. It's who has the better code, but also the better hardware. I mean, you can make up for bad hardware with good code, you know what I mean? But it's more like algorithmic detection of potential launch trajectories, and then you gotta navigate through all those potential projected trajectories, and then you'll beat the interceptor. Everyone understand? Now, if you're out in the field as a soldier, did you know? Now, I'm not smart enough, just as some interesting sort of end of stream commentary, I'm not smart enough to understand how this works, but I know some pretty smart people who haven't told me anything about nothing. However, I understand from various interpolations of various documents that are in the public domain that theoretically, if you were a soldier in the field, okay, and you had access through either something like on your body, or like you were linked into a device like somewhere else, like ideally like a network of devices through a central command that was then feeding you information. And a lot of this information was like audio spectrum analysis with very sensitive microphones. Based on like a form of echolocation, you could technically, through a heads-up display, project what is going to happen on the battlefield before it happens. You have a wonderful night, Cause. It was so good to see you. But Chinatown, UK, Chinatown, K9, you're wonderful. But if you think about this, what is Israel's early alert system, right? A missile's coming from Iran, it's going to hit in this potential area. And then as it gets closer, the warnings, the red alerts, isolate in on the areas where it's coming into. So, yeah, those are fascinating rabbit holes. But also, don't steal my defense secrets, because I'll find you. And ideally, don't lie to the U.S. government and then flee to Egypt. And don't hide the fact that a Saudi Arabian intelligence asset used a fake name on a patent in the 1980s that you worked on and then didn't disclose during your proffer, in my opinion. Why? Because that tech never would have been in the field. Do you understand how this actually works? Every missile has a acoustic MD5 hash, by analogy. It has a signature, a fingerprint, an audio fingerprint. Okay, it whistles a certain way when it leaves the launch pad. It whistles a certain way in the air. It whistles a certain way on re-entry. That information, okay, is always gonna, depending on the variant, sound the same. Okay, it's a fingerprint. If you know every preset fingerprint that a missile detection system has, or the way that, like, if you're monitoring for new inputs in the database of, because you got to match an acoustic signature against a pre-existing hash, okay, it's called an MD5 hash. If you know all of the listings in the database or how it detects, you could theoretically design a missile it can't detect. And that's why you can't steal my missile defense secrets, or I'll get you. I'll find you. I found that guy. That was really hard to find. That was hidden well. But I got him. He's gone now. He's in Egypt. He's definitely a spy. And there was no doubt in my mind we spy swapped. Oh, fuck me. We spy swapped him. I couldn't figure out why we sent him back to Egypt. I was like, dude, why did we send this guy back to Egypt? We had him dead to rights. I never put that together till now. I just could not figure out why we sent this bastard to Egypt. Alright, we gotta play this song. Water Under the Fridge is probably like, Tao, that was a lot of adrenaline. I want to go to bed. Well, I'm gonna play this song from my dear friend Water Under the Fridge. It's called Voice of the Voiceless. And you can look at this tower as we do that, because I'm tired, and the GOAT video we did watch today. But now you're gonna for the one, the only, the defender of the Great Lakes, the voice of the unhurried and the razors everywhere, the man who single-handedly stopped the Iranians from using the territory of Canada to invade Detroit. Water Under the Fridge. I'm going to find this song. We're going to listen to this song from the beginning. It's called Voice of the Voiceless. And it is in honor of my dear friend. Actually, you know what? I got an even better one to go out on. You know why? Because it's the outro track. Okay? It's called One. Oh, how perfect is it, my dear friend, Water Under the Fridge. It's in honor of our friend One. One, we do miss you. We hope you've been well. Nobody really knows where you are. That's probably for the best, you know what I'm saying? Alright? But we're going to play the song One. Really like this song. Where is it? It's definitely here. I'm going to find it. Oh, there it is. Here we go. In honor of One. Alright? We also kept the Canadians out with ice. Yes, if ice has done anything, it's protected the Great Lakes from Iranian invasion by virtue of ships rolled on logs over Canadian territory. Damn creative Iranians. Alright, here's the outro track. I'll do Tippecanoe and Tyler 2 first. Let me get Pete Funny Towel. His friend Francine is here. Francine, you've waited. You have been rewarded. The missiles have stopped falling. Pete Bunny Towel has made an appearance. He is a fluffy Pete Bunny Towel. Now, let me do Tippecanoe and Tyler 2 first before I play the song in honor of our friend Triple Bob. Alright, so we got President Washington. We do the presidents in order to test my mental acuity at the end of streams. We got President Washington. We got President Adams, President Jefferson, President Madison, President Monroe, President Adams Jr., President Jackson, President Van Buren. 9, 10, it gets a little tough. It's like William Henry Harrison, and then you got Polk and then Taylor. I'm missing one in there. Then 13 is Millard Fillmore. Then you got Pierce Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. And there you go. That's Tippecanoe and Tyler 2. Now I'm going to play the song 1. I'll come back and do our outro, and then I'm going to bed because that was a hell of a night. But the world, at least for now, is at peace. I'm not sure if it's going to hold. If Mr. President Trump reads it right, it will, but God only knows. God bless the United States of America. In honor of our dear friend Water Under the Fridge, here's a song called One.
Yo, Tech, it's the last call, baby. What's good? Yeah, you know, remix just feels right, though. Before we get out of here, you gotta drop one last gem on them, though, fam. No question. It's like the elders told me, no one person can do everything, but everyone could do something. So we gotta rep for all them niggas that ain't here right now. On the outro tip, the One remix.
Yo, One Enterprises comprises the artists and the sound. The pen and paper plays my savior while I'm getting down. Pray for my neighbors as a favor for holding me down. Slave for my papers as I savor the weight that it pounds. It's underground, but the blatant vibrations while he found. Facing a nation, complacent radio stations now. Stop hesitating and contemplating the way we patient. So I'm motivating and get them playing the shit we saying. Ain't no delaying in this war that we getting slated. Cause time's a wasting while we stand adjacent to abrasions. They fails is more than flagrant. And so I see the prince's cages while I pound the pavement. Looking for payment, saying fuck enslavement. Using the tools of old ancients. Announcing my engagement to this music that we making. Ain't no faking on tracks. And we don't never come whack. Immortal technique and a kid. Y'all niggas fear it's a rap. It's like
one love, one music, one people, one movement, one heart, one spark, one gift, one lift, one stance, one shift, one way, one day, one. Immortal technique in the trenches with my nigga Akir. A family survived the genocide so we could be here. And now we enterprise the aftermath, one and the same. Living the revolution till we catch one in the brain. And even then my spirit will return in heavenly form and wipe the chessboard clean of my enemies' pawns. The Red Dawn communist threat buried and gone. So they invented a war the government could carry on. It makes me wonder if the word of God is lost in a man. This is for the children of Iraq, lost in the sand. This is for the illest MCs that'll never be known. And this is for all the soldiers that'll never come home. I wrote this for Mumia, stuck in the beast. For people who march in the streets and struggle for peace. For hood niggas born rugged, never rockin' Versace. Eddie Ramirez, Cousin George, and my old friend Sashi. Chris from the block, and all my niggas stuck in the cell. Paul Wolfowitz, motherfucker, I'll see you in hell. My destiny's to show the world that the music is real. Go back in time and play this shit for the slaves in the field. And for my children in the future that are waiting to breathe. People slowly dying, hanging on, waiting to leave. Believe when I'm gone and this album's on a library shelf, I'll be one with God and one with you and everything else. One love, one music, one people, one movement, one heart. has been brought to you by the type of motherfuckers who ain't scared of shit. And if you playing this album, and I'm no longer here, sometime far away from when I recorded this, remember that history isn't the way the corporate controlled media made it look like. Read between the lines and free your mind. Revolution is the birth of equality and the antithesis to oppression. But this is only built for real motherfuckers. So when I'm gone, don't let nobody I never got along with try to make songs kissing my ass, recycling my beats and my vocals. The shit is real over here, man. Thank you for listening, and thank you for supporting independent hip-hop, the heart and soul of our culture, keeping the truth alive. Good night, my people. Good night.
Great song. One of my favorites. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. That one went out in honor of Water Under the Fridge, the one and only. Now I will play an outro song in honor of Francine, our dear friend, before we play the national anthem. But before we get out of here, after 5 hours, it was great to spend so much time with you all. God bless you all. Thank you for being with me. KAF Tau, you came in just at the end. You'll be able to see the night got very intense. There were a lot of strikes on Iran. Iran only retaliated, I say only, against bases in Bahrain and Kuwait, the U.S. 5th Naval Fleet, and 2 bases in Kuwait. And now things are calm. But yes, after 5 hours, I did not do a donation read at all today. So if I missed your donations on the phone, I'll go through them, click the heart. I try to leave a comment on each one and say thank you. You're all wonderful. But if you want to support this independent public information service, it's run by OneMain. I do the streaming software. Please don't donate if it would be a burden. The whole point is if you don't have resources, it's meant to engender your access to those resources at no cost. But if you can help, there's a Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis. You can scan the logo on the screen. A Venmo at Grant-E1. You can find that logo on the screen. The PayPal, there's a link in the chat to all these as well, is paypal.me/Grant Ellis. There's other information in the stream description if you want to help out. Thank you for supporting independent news media, and thank you for helping me educate, inform, and entertain. I try to use 20% entertainment as a buffer, 40% education, and 40% information, such as to engender cogent public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our forms of government worldwide. Oh, God bless you, Rigged Outcome. You always bring a smile to my face. God bless you, my friend. You are wonderful. And one day we will take in the scenic environs of a cold and calm winter morning. I'm looking forward to that. I've always wanted to see calm rolling hills. You're wonderful, Rigged Outcome. I absolutely will use that towards the Tau War Reporter Nicotine Fund, although I don't promote smoking of any kind. God bless you and thank you. It was so great to see you today. It was so great to see so many of you, even among the intense moments. Seeing so many of your usernames pop up really brought a smile to my towel face. That's it. If you learned something today, if you benefited from this stream, if you really want to pay it forward, I hope you'll consider a donation, ladies and gentlemen, in particular to our veterans, service members, or their families, in particular our homeless veterans. There should not be a single veteran homeless in the United States against their will, or this project that we have all worked so hard, in my opinion, to keep up has failed. If there's a single veteran homeless in the United States against their will, we have indeed failed. They want to live in the woods. We're not going to stop them. They got survival skills. But we can help them today. You can donate to a charity that helps our homeless veterans or service members or their families today. Please consider doing so. If you like our fur friends, Pete Bunny Towel is not an animal, but he is he's a stuffed Pete Bunny. If you like animals and you want to consider helping our animals and our service members or our vets, consider donating to an animal shelter that helps our vets or service members, or that is run by our service members or veterans. Great way to help our fur friends, a great way to help our vets. If you want to help animals in general, like the goats or the cows or the sheep or dogs or whatever animals you may like, consider a donation to an animal shelter. If you're in the UK, you may consider a donation to the Big Issue, great way to help populations experiencing homelessness in the UK. It doesn't have to be a donation, though. It can be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, even giving away 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time and having them designated honorary towels during the outro forevermore. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, in that way, may we continue to pray the current realpolitik shifts from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love, therein allowing us to live up to our tal eudaimonia or summum bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and thus bringing about a new digital epic defined by Aquarius the water bearer, standing tall and carrying a towel. I believe it's possible because of you all. God bless you. Thank you so much for being with me. I will play the song that Fran and then right to our traditional banner outro song. Thank you so much to Rigged Outcome for another donation, this one for the animals. God bless you, Rigged Outcome, and God bless the animals. You're all so wonderful. Thank you so much, animals. I spelled that wrong. Thank you all so much for your support of Towel Channel. So this song goes out to Pete Bunny Towel's dear friend Francine. Okay, before we play the national anthem, this is called Black Silverado. She likes it very much.
Baby, let's see how fast this all black Silverado goes. And how many miles is it gonna take to get away from you? You're breaking on the camel's heart. You got me drinking at a downtown bar. I'm overthinking, getting too damn drunk, and that's what I get for falling too in love. Remember that back road, baby. Remember them stars in the sky. Remember that tailgate we were sitting on when you looked me in the eye. I remember those backwoods, baby. We would roll them up and get high. Said we'd stay here and plant roots till you and I die. Guess I'm just learning how to let it go, go. Guess I'm just learning how to live alone, alone. It's hard for me to take it slow, slow, slow. So, baby, let's see how fast this all black Silverado goes. And how many miles is it gonna take to get away from you? You're breaking on the devil's heart. You got me drinking at a downtown bar. I'm overthinking, getting too damn drunk, and that's what I get for falling too in love. I don't think you can. I'm putting my heart on ice and cold beer. Baby girl, it's no fair. Baby girl, it's no fair. It's all your fault and you know that this shit is driving me insane. I saw this truck parked in your driveway at your place. Now I'm packing all my things trying to get away. Baby, let's see how fast this all black Silverado goes. And how many miles is it gonna take to get away from you? You're breaking on the camel's heart. You got me drinking at a downtown bar. I'm overthinking, getting too damn drunk, and that's what I get for falling too in love.
All right, that was great. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after one heck of a whirlwind of an evening, it is back to 11:14 p.m. Eastern here in Boston from the war/peace/ceasefire desk. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is Wednesday, July 8th, 2026. It is 5:15 a.m. in South Africa. It's 6:15 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and it's 6:45 a.m. in Tehran, Iran, where the sun rises on a peaceful, at least for now, Middle East on Thursday, July 9th, 2026. This thus concludes your broadcast day on Towel News. Thank you all so much for being with me. May God protect all of you. May God protect our soldiers. May God protect and preserve these United States of America. Until we see each other again, I leave you with the U.S. National Anthem. And thank you again for watching Towel News.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight? whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Good night, good evening, good morning, good afternoon. God bless you all. Thank you for being you. That concludes your broadcasting.